Mature content. The following stream contains content that may not be suitable for all audiences, including mature themes, strong language, and potentially sensitive material. Viewer discretion is advised.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We are here for Donna Adelson's bond hearing, folks. Donna wants bond. Oh, Donna. What is up, Kiefer, Julie, Shari, Dr. Artie, Amy? It's a family. It's a bow reunion. Joanne, Drenda, Kim, Annie, Deja, Kiefer, Lisa, Mom James, what up? Kai, Sheila, Greenie, Dave, Legal Mama Jan's in the house, Joanne, Emily, Oasis Cat, Tina, Sheila. I saw Charlotte was here earlier. Watcha, Sinead, Julie, Dave, what up, fam? Jersey, Jen. Thanks for being here, folks. Hope I didn't miss anyone. Probably Lisa, Lisa Sober Hipster, Clarissa, CRR, CH, Sinead, Joni. Welcome in, folks. Eli, good morning from California. You're up really, Eli. Good morning. Angel Baby, what's up? Hey, Debbie, Shari. Fam, so, first of all, before we start, I just have to say, the word hero, I don't like to throw it around loosely, but this morning, I went outside and I noticed the recyclables had not been taken out front, and we had 2 full cans. So I took them out front like a real hero. I saved the day, because if we missed it, then it's another 2 weeks before they come. So I really saved the day. We have no room. Shannon just said, why wouldn't that have been my job anyway? Why is that my job? I saved the day because if it wasn't for me, it would have been forgotten. All right, I'm already getting an attitude from the other room. What's up, Kathy Legs? It's Sheila's birthday. Happy birthday, Sheila. I deserve a medal. Thank you, I do. Shave Bow Nation. Where's the pickle? What's up? All right, folks. So anyway, let me go. Let's get to this because I have it ready. But as always, for some reason, Donna Adelson's case is like not something that. So I have. If you guys see it streaming somewhere, let me know. Otherwise, I do have the Zoom. If we gotta do it by Zoom isn't always ideal. But if you guys see it somewhere where it's, I even have the WCTV that might potentially be streaming it. What's up, Paul? Anne Marie, what's up? Thank you, Kai. Hey, Ashy, good to see you. So if you guys see it like streaming somewhere other than the Zoom, let me know. Let me see if the meeting has started. Waiting for the host to start the meeting. Felony Division C. Kiefer feels like he's visiting his parents' house. Oh, Eli started work at 4 a.m. Wow, Eli. I wasn't saying that you failed. Wow, Babe is taking this personal right now. Can't just let me. Don't harsh my sparkle. Why is the chat? Let me get the chat on the screen. Is Botrix not awake? Or did I turn it off? Where is Botrix chat? Oh, there it is. There it is. What's up, Villanelle's Boots? Hey, Pie Bird. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Nash is home. Awesome. That's awesome. We should to make the kids. Hey, Marissa, we're the worst with having our kids do something. I have to say, we are the worst with that. But folks, so if you don't know, Donna Adelson wants bond. And let me just say, if I was the judge and I read this motion, you want to know what my decision would be? I would say, Miss Adelson, wow. Oh, your ear canals are too small and you need an ENT? Wow. Oh, someone shoved you into something? Wow. Maybe you shouldn't murder someone. Non-murderers can go to the ENT whenever they want. Non-murderers don't get shoved into a washing machine in jail because they haven't murdered someone. And don't give me the shit that she's old. It's been 10 years since she fucking did this, so fuck her. And by the way, also she got caught trying to flee the fucking country. Oh, and B, she's on record saying she's gonna kill herself. So Donna, sucks to be in jail. You're staying there. Fuck off. That if I was an honorable judge, that would be my decision, and I would be immediately removed from the bench. But I mean, come on, man. What the fuck? Fuck out of here. Her ear guys, I'm not even shitting you. If you haven't read the bond, her ear canals are too small. She has to go to the ENT. Wow. Miss Adelson is a 75-year-old female with typical medical issues of aging exacerbated by the condition of confinement that don't kill someone. Hearing problems that are compounded due to a medical issue that cannot be addressed by medical personnel at the Leon County Detention Facility. She saw an ENT every 3 to 4 months to have her extremely small ear canals cleaned without Give her a fucking Q-tip. Shut up. Sorry, I'm yelling. It's early. The Zoom hasn't started. What's up, Helen? What's up, Jersey Jen? I think I said everyone. Paul would vote for me. Thank you, Paul. Donna White. What's up, Donna? Good to see you. Puta. Where is the Puta button? Good question. I gotta find that. Yeah, exactly, Funkarella. I mean, just on the fact alone, aside from all the, medical issues, she was fleeing the country with a one-way ticket. She said she's going to unalive herself. You don't get to go. You know if she gets out, she's making a cocktail for her and Harvey where she doesn't wake up. No, why is my mic keep... There's no way that if she gets out, she doesn't say goodbye, gonna have this little drinky drink or, do the thing. There's no way. Her and Harv, they'd be gone if she gets let out. By the way, again, does anyone see if this is live anywhere? Because I don't see it live. I don't see it live here. I don't see it live here. Well, every time with Donna's case, it's never on like the local... Hi, Susie Bug. And guys, if you, I know, I saw some folks are like, "Oh, it's gonna be a real short hearing." I don't think so. There's gonna be people like testify. There's gonna be witnesses, from what I understand, from like the jail. Like, I don't think this might. It's allotted 3 hours. Thank you for the folks looking, but I'll keep this. I'll keep the Zoom up. Donna's banana bread is in the house. Harvey is probably praying. Donna's ear canals is in the chat. Who made that so fast? Donna's ear canal. Look at that picture. Whoever did that, good, bravo. Do I have an applause in here? I think I have an applause in here. Default program. Yeah. Hey, Miss Blue Bus. That is amazing. That is amazing. And I just got a Venmo. But Donna White, the always amazing Donna, just sent $50. Best Wednesday ever. Donna, thank you so much. By the way, I got to thank Pammy from the last live. She sent me, I think, $10 on Cash App. And Cash App has been screwing me with notifications. So, Pammy, if you ever send something and I don't respond, please let me know in the chat. Good morning, Mom. Check WCTV. Says it's going to live stream. Their YouTube, because that's what I have here. Their YouTube or their like regular website. Let's see. Thank you, by the way. Hey, Jonathan. Let's see if they're... You would think they would do it both. No. All right, I got it up. What's up, Pammy? Oh, there's Pammy. Dr. Artie will give me $100 if I scream in the Zoom so the judge can hear you. Give her a damn Q-tip. I don't have the balls to do that. We all know that. Get on with the topic. What topic? It's a hearing. What do you want me to do, Daisy? Good to see you, Leslie. All right, WCTV. I'll keep a lookout, folks. I got like if you see here, I have everything up to check. I got the Zoom felony Division C. Doc Stephen Judge Everett's live. WCTV. I got their live links here. I assume it would go here when it goes live. Kathy's legs. Donna's ear canals. That's so fucking funny. All right, fam. Well, thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And as soon as it goes live, someone said this. Her schedule, is that in this order? Her jail schedule? Oh, here it is. Nighttime. Oh, lack of sleep. Wow, Donna can't sleep in jail. Nighttime medication distribution 11:30 to 1. Sleep commences after the inmates quiet down. You know, Donna is like, you guys are being too loud. I'm trying to sleep. I need my beauty rest. 1:30 a.m. Awaken for breakfast. 3:30 a.m. Lay awake and dark on bed until lunch served. That was me in college. 9:30 a.m. Lay awake on bed until lunch served. Lay awake and dark on bed until lights on. 3:30 p.m. Possibly leave bed and walks around in circles for exercise, depending who the guard is. Dinner served 6 p.m. Back on bunk until nighttime medication 12 a.m. I mean, this is basically my college schedule. To be honest, let's calm down. Let's calm down, Donna. Why does my mic keep changing? Amy's in the house. What's up, Amy? What's up, JD? Thanks all so much for being here. I appreciate it. Still, the Zoom has not started. This is Judge Everett's Zoom. So I guess we're all waiting here. What else? Let's see what else. In addition to the initial period of incarceration, previously complained to the court. Let me move this down here. Miss Adelson was placed in a cell with a mattress on the floor where she had to lay without the clothing for more than 50 days. She had no clothing. She was nude. Lay without clothing for more than 50 days. That sounds like she's nude. Gross. Miss Adelson has been physically abused and threatened with abuse through her incarceration. Wow, you're in jail. You try to kill someone. This is what happens. To understand the nature, the scope of some issues, it would be helpful for the court to be aware that the shower and the bathroom areas of the pods have no security cameras and are not manned for the guards, with guards for the safety of the inmates. This is gross. One of the first acts of physical abuse by another inmate took place while Miss Adelson was showering and was of a sexual nature. She thought she was alone in the area while she was showering when all of a sudden she felt another inmate run her hand up her entire spine from above her buttocks to the area of her neck. The inmate asked Miss Adelson if she liked it, and in response, Miss Adelson, very frightened, began to scream, which caused the aggressor inmate to leave the area. Miss Adelson did all she could to avoid the woman during the remainder of the inmate's incarceration. Oh, man, that must have been quite a scene. Donna screaming because... Oh! Here we go, fam. There she is. Grandma Gotti. Oh, she looks sad. Oh, she's gonna cry. Wah, Donna, don't kill people and this doesn't happen. Wah.
Just the rose are funny for now. Yep.
Hey, creative minds. You're on the interwebs. Let folks know. Have them come join us. Well, hopefully we have good. Looks like we have good video and audio, so that's good. Hey Mia, hey Brandy Sherpa, hey Christy. Oh, can you get to the? Oh no, it's jail tough for Donna. Oh, it's tough for Donna in the jail. Wasn't tough for Donna when she was signing the checks to Katie McBanowa because she wanted to have her grandkids with her. Wow. Oh no, Donna, it's a tough. Don't feel bad for this monster, anyone.
You're not really. Sometimes your doctor will move things along, and sometimes they will not.
Sinead, thank you so much. Let me see. This is the loudest this gets. Oh no, it's not. Boom. Got the volume up. What's up, Brooklyn? What's up, Amanda, Disney Nerd? What's up, Nerd? What's up, RN? What's up, Baby Doll? Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you, CRR. Thanks, everyone, for sharing it out. Jan, Donna, Joanne, thank you. And everyone else who shared it before. I appreciate it. Harv, you think Harv is there, babe? Imagine Harv is there? I said imagine she's there. Babe thinks he might be looking at Harv. What's up, Debbie, Dixie? Thanks everyone for being here. Good morning. That could be it. That could be Harv could be there. I agree. If she gets out, that's the first thing she's doing. There's no way they can let her out. Hi, Anja. Thank you, Greenie. Yeah, I bet Wendy ain't there either. Thank you, Forrest, for hosting. Oh, thank you for hosting this live. Thanks for being here, Mary, and thanks for the super chat. Thank you so much. Whoa, extreme close-up on Donna. All right, let's calm down, camera person. Let's just calm down. Let's zoom out a little bit. I bet Babe is right. I bet Harv is there. Camera person, check the gallery. Try to convince Kiefer to go live with the cooking show. I think he should. Kiefer, do it. Hi, Mutluslav. Thanks for being here. Look at those small ear canals. Those are the smallest ear canals I've ever seen. Oh, Patty's there. She'll be able to tell us. That will be so interesting. Imagine Harvard's there. I don't think he's gone to any of the other. I could be wrong, but I don't believe he's gone to any of the other ones. But I'm a little behind. So, what's up, Drew? Camera person, check the camera. By the way, hit that like. If you haven't hit that like, it gets it out, and it's the algo.
Suppression first, and then
I wonder if the... I'm just going to check if the Zoom started. No. Good thing. Good thing. Lisa. Sober Hipster with a $10 Venmo. Jay, you are missed. It's good to be with you today. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate it. Oh, what a tough life. What a tough life to live. Hi, Rayanne. after you kill someone.
My expectation is if you double suppression in 35 to 40 minutes, and if you all believe this is going to take longer.
Thanks, Debbie. You gonna go, Deja? Nice. Brad, what's up? Brad's in the house. What up, Brad?
Right. If we need to, we'll take the witness out of order. His testimony.
Chloe and Sally, what's up?
If we're not done with the long hearing, or I'm sorry, with the suppression aspect of this by 10, I believe you said the next hearing was starting at 10:30.
Yes, I am just off today. I did not get a... I am not back to doing this full time. I took off for this. And I'll probably take off for whenever the next hearing is. Just gotta save my time. But no, this is not... I am not live all the time. Still have my... still have the job. You're not getting out, Donna. You're not getting out. Oh! We're zooming back. Alright, so Sarah's handling this today. Oh, Georgia, looks like. What's up, Brady? Hi, Susan. Thanks for being here. A lot of folks here. We're here on the first day that I played the replay of trial number 1. We are now going to be on trial number 4. I think I may. Not to actually go, but to like cover it, you know. I'm going to try to save my time for June 3rd and take off to cover it live. Wait, Brian, is it your birthday too? Do we have 2 birthday folks in here? No beard. Yep, no beard. Got my Francisco Lindor shirt that I got from the TikTok shop. Can't see it. It's okay. Thanks, Celine Adams. Thanks for being here.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Toomey.
Here we go.
Good morning, Judge.
Whoa.
We are getting everyone set in the courtroom and also getting the Zoom set as well. We are going to start at 9:15, as was scheduled today. I was speaking with the attorneys at sidebar before I turned on the Zoom, and Ms. Dugan let me know of the issue that you had with a separate hearing at 10:30. If we need to take a break as to the suppression hearing, which will start first, we'll take your client's testimony at 10, and that way it should not cause you any difficulty with moving on with your day.
I appreciate it, Judge.
All right. For everyone on the Zoom as well, the audio will remain up and running. However, there will be a still frame over my face. I'm sure as riveting as it is to see me talking, nothing else is going to be occurring over Zoom. It is all going to be taking place in the courtroom. So you understand if you hear things, but you don't see anything going on.
Hey, Kaylee. Hey,
So we
Monica.
started at 9:15, as we previously stated.
All right, 5 more minutes, folks. Thanks for being here. Donna wants bond. Wah. Sorry that jail sucks. You know who doesn't have to go to jail? People who don't kill people. Good morning, Kel. Judge Everett, Stephen Everett. I am. I took off for today. Oh, we almost had the gallery. Oh, back to Donna. Hey, next chapter. Good to see you. This jail doesn't even have a hot stone massage. How am I supposed to get my massage in this jail? Bob Opedic, what's up, Bob? Good to see you. Ashy Snow, $5. Thank you so much. Katie's in the house. Katie, who has the vid. So sorry. Katie. Hope you're feeling better soon. Katie was going to join me. Oh, Bobby Digital going to join? All right, hold on. All right, Bob. Hold on, Bob. How do I haven't sent an invite in a while on here. Let's see. Oops, that's not it. Let's see. There it is. Let's copy this. There we go. All right. Helen, $10. Thank you so much, Helen. Deja, $10. Thank you so much, Deja. Got a Venmo here. Jan, thank you for bringing the bows back together. Made my day. Thank you so much, Jan. Sorry, I'm just... You don't need this. Sorry, fam. Just trying to set this up. Computer is freezing a little bit here. I'm trying to fix this. I don't know why it is. So what's this? Maybe if I close some programs, that should help. Hopefully. Harv is there. That's why she keeps looking back and crying. They did say that she was assaulted in jail. Where's the audio? Oh, there we go.
Okay. That's okay, and that's for the audio too. Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, it's just audio. Thank you.
Jack is here. What's up, Jack? Elizabeth, Tracy. What's up, fam? Thanks so much for being here.
I don't think there's a basis for that. Yeah. No. Sarah, not for the suppression.
All rise, court is back in session.
Here we go.
Everyone can be seated. We're here this morning in State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, case number 2023 CF 3226. On the defendant's motion Arthur hearing or to set bond. Parties may make their appearances.
Sir, Catherine Dugan on behalf of the state. Eddie Evans is here on behalf of the state as well.
John, on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Jackie Fulford on behalf of Adelson.
The issue that the court previously addressed with the parties at side concerning Smiley versus and how the burden of proof is to operate in a motion to suppress alleged wiretap statements. Is there any argument from
No, sir.
Zellman? The defendant has burden under that
What's up, Bob?
holding. You may proceed.
Your Honor, defense's first witness is going to be Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office.
Who's the first witness?
Jason
What's up,
Newland
everybody?
from the state's
brother.
attorney's office, which is interesting for this. Sorry that it's freezing, folks. I'm trying to fix this.
Investigator Merlin, you can come back to the witness stand. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
Take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
For some reason, not picking up my note.
Sir, can you please introduce yourself to the court?
I
My
can.
name is Jason Newland, Jasonnew.
Court, sir.
With State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
So you're sworn law enforcement?
Yes, 21-something years.
Okay. And part of your duties with the State Attorney's Office, have you been trained in reviewing calls made from the Leon County Detention Center?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that through Securus?
It is now, yes.
How does that system record inmate calls?
How does it record? That's usually proprietary stuff, but I know the inmate they register an account, they set up a password, and then to complete a call, they have to go through a process of using their PIN, calling the number. Each party is advised the phone call will be recorded, subject to monitoring, and then the called party has to accept a phone call before it's completed.
Before the call can be connected between the two parties?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that they're given, the inmates are given, it's a PIN number?
The inmates pick their own PIN number.
Okay. And the inmate has to enter that PIN
Correct.
before they die?
At some point during the process, yeah.
And is that intended to ensure that the calls are tracked by the inmate making the call?
That's the intent.
Do you know whether or not an inmate's PIN can be used more than once simultaneously for calls? So if an inmate is using their PIN to make a call, that call goes through, can someone else use that PIN?
I do not know the answer.
And the Securus system, its digital system is pretty, the quality is very clear, correct?
Sometimes it's rough.
That depends on the inmate and the called party.
And the device used, you have the tablets and you also have the phone booths themselves.
Now, this system, it's designed to intentionally record these calls, correct?
Yes.
And it records those calls from call acceptance to termination.
Correct.
When does the call terminate?
Usually when both parties hang up.
Now, are you familiar with the Securus Call Platform, SCP?
I'm familiar with how we access it. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Securus though, no.
Right, but you've been trained on accessing that in order to
Yes.
collect the calls.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with a feature that Securus offers that they call covert alerts?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you create any covert alerts concerning Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, or any other individual that Charlie Adelson called?
I've never created one for any case.
Now, subsequent to Charlie Adelson's conviction, did you create a report that's 24 pages in length based on the calls that Mr. Adelson was making from the jail?
I did what's I refer to as an extraction of the Securus information for a specific time period, and it produced a report.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I want to approach and show you what's been marked as, for identification as defense 1. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that document?
I do. Yes, sir.
And that's not the full 24-page report. That's an excerpt of that, correct?
Correct.
Aside from it being reduced in size to reflect what is relevant for the proceedings today, is that an accurate reflection of the report that you generated?
I believe it is, yes, if this is going to be the same one we've had prior communication about.
Yeah, this is, I emailed you 2 different excerpts, one last week and one, I believe, 2 days ago.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move that into evidence as defense 1.
Is there an objection to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted.
You can give that to the judge, and I'll give you a copy.
Guys, this is State Investigator Jason Newland. That's the witness.
Now, there's a phone call that colloquially has been referred to as the open line call, correct?
There is, yes.
And that's a call that was made July 7th, 2023 at 14:57:01. I believe it's call 562 on that report. You familiar with that call?
Yes, I am.
You have an opportunity to listen to that call.
Recently, I glazed over it a couple days ago, but not the entirety of the call. I just wanted to make sure I had the same call again.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Joanne gifting a membership to Amy. Thank you, Joanne.
Sorry, Your Honor.
This motion is whack.
For bond?
But,
No, this is the motion to suppress the
Oh,
phone call.
the call.
Yeah. It's like the theory is because the phone call cut off and it was no longer being recorded by the jail line, that she didn't consent to it anymore, but it sounded like it cut her off. I mean, I don't even know what he's saying. Tracy sent me the motion. You have no expectation of privacy, or very limited expectation of privacy in a jail call.
Jail call
This, I believe we sent this to.
You gotta go off screen, Bob.
Keith McElveen to see.
Yeah, Allie's trying to creep out of bed.
And then the second call.
All right, she's good.
Monday.
I second hook.
Call number 547 at 6:38 a.m. on November 8th of 2023.
Yes,
You had a chance to review that call as well?
that one I did review.
Sounds pretty good for me.
It's just when he's like up to him, next to him, not talking into his mic. I think that's low.
Yeah.
I'd like to start with the open line call, which is call 562. Would you agree, thank you. Would you agree that that call, according to this report, Exhibit 1, is 26.12 minutes in length?
Yes.
I'd like to play, Your Honor, I'd move into evidence call number 562 as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'd like to just play the first approximately 8 minutes of that call. May I publish?
You may.
Oh, here we go.
Jay, pull me off.
Hello, this is prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges,
Good to come back on, Bob.
recorded call, press 1. To thank you for using.
Oh wait.
You may start
Wait,
the
think so.
conversation now.
sorry about that.
No, but
Investigator Newell, in that recording that was just, the recorded voice that was just heard, is that the recording that you referred to earlier in your testimony?
The notification to both parties
Yes.
that you're being recorded, yes.
I heard what you said, and the chief, and then it just went.
He was supposed to fly, he's the same guy who said he was gonna call Dan back, from the top here, never called him back. But Chief's back, and he's the chief of the whole jail. Come on and check me out.
So he has not been there yet.
He is not, but the psychologist, PhD, whatever he is. She came by, and I said, I didn't quiet her both, like, sure, like, if it's looking outside the window, you know, interest out into the hot, and it's like, you're sitting in like a what? One, yeah, it's a big text down I had before, but I could look out the window, and it's hot. Here, it's like a box. So you can't see, it's a mirror, they can see in and you can't see out.
Is it any help? Can Dan get this guy to come sooner? Is that the
Oh, God, she's back on the fucking jail, I don't care about what her call is. Hey, it's gonna come tomorrow.
And I'm sure the psychologist put you were fine, so it's just a matter of waiting for that and waiting for the chief.
Yeah, here's the record for her, and then, all the Navy, all, I got 33% off on my phone. In the afternoon. No, it's okay, once it's 15%, if you switch the little battery and take her off, and then okay, it's like, you know, you just isolate them, you see it, yeah, move around. Of course. Yeah, and that's all, it's like, you're doing it the opposite of what I would be at home. Right, in the situation.
I know, but all right, it sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, you know, but hopefully today. But then I'm in a rush, you know, you're in a rush, they're not in a rush.
Like, you know, this bad enough all this happened, now, like, take it out, like, what was around and all.
I know.
So, like, the solitary, I mean, I get why to do it, but this is like, you know, the company, a bed on like a plastic box. I roll it like that, And it's the same story with like they'll shut off the phones at 4, not till 6:30 back on. Is that every year? Yeah. Just checking in. Okay, Free just checking in with me. Okay. I talked to there. Yeah. Yeah. It's working hard. He's still not happy. I thought he had left. Thank you for your day. I get to write up. You know, so whatever it is, that they open up an inquiry and ask the judge. Okay. The investigation. You know, he said that's maybe the kind of thing. Yeah. 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid on a blog, and they investigate, and they find out, like, and then they find out something, and then they will open it, and then it can possibly lead to an appeal. You know, I mean, really got the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case. And he did that because he didn't want it to appeal. You know, the harder the judge rules, I guess there's more other issues that can come up, like that guy, Hank, Anderson, or whatever. You know, I guess the harder the judge rules on the issues that are in the trial, the more likely there is to have a television. If the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there is to have a television. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, you know, if anything, he gave the the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want it to be the benefit. Yeah. Is that okay? I think? Well, I mean, he made that comment to me that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. You know, he let us bring stuff in. And I either said it or I heard it, that he meant it, that there's not going to be, you know, what things to say that we're not wrong. I mean, you have to either say that the judge did something, then it gives you your due process. You know, if you're going to do anything improper, things improper, like, what's your reason for wanting it to trial? If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee, or can you move it? Because I don't understand why they wouldn't let you move things. I don't. It's blatantly, I mean, look, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. It's just, Kat's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up, and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us. We've got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So, working on that, and, you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak again. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, George? Shit. You can't hear me again, right?
Investigator Newland, at that point, according to recording, Mrs. Adelson realized that Charlie Adelson is no longer on the call, correct?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Now, referring back to Defense 1, that was call 562. At 15:07 or 3:07 and 7 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother back in call number 561?
He does.
And then at 15:08, 3:08 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mom again in call number 560?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 25 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fourth time in call number 559?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fifth time in call number 558?
He does.
And then again, at 15:22 or 3:22 and 33 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt for a sixth time to call his mother back in call number 557?
He does.
Charlie, gotta talk to mommy.
Mom? Mom?
Were
Mom?
calls number 557, 558, 559, 560, or 561 successful?
They were not.
And why is that?
I do not know.
Is that because his PIN was already in use?
I don't know the answer.
But does that indicate to you that Charlie Adelson had been disconnected by 15:07 and 7 seconds, or 3:07 and 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, call number 547, the one the following morning, according to Defense 1, that call was made at 6:38 in the morning.
Yes, it is.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you listened to that call recently.
I skimmed through the initial 60-plus minutes to the portion where we had a similar situation as the call we just listened to.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Defense Exhibit 3 and publish. And I'm only going to publish very briefly.
Any objection from the state?
No, sir.
Defense 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, this is a
Oh,
prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To thank you for using.
again, in Defense 3, did we just hear that recording saying that it was going to be a recorded call?
Yes.
I lowered your mic, Bob, so you should be
Fast
okay.
forward, and I'll
Oh,
start this
thank
at
you.
57 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yes, like that was that I'm getting other things. What else can we have done? Anything else that we could have done that we didn't do? And now we had the best. And we had the choice of we had the best. And we had Tallahassee. And they didn't listen. Listen. Can you hear me, Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? An hour.
So at that point in time, approximately 58 minutes, a little bit past that, do we hear Donna realize that Charlie's no longer on the call?
That's what it appears, yes.
Hopefully, like, happening involved, and yes. I can't learn. Should I can't, no, I'm supposed to hold dad, but that's right.
What we're listening to now, Investigator Newland, is approximately an hour, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds is when that portion of the recording started. At this point, we're at 55 seconds.
I don't have a private line. So they need to hear me tell dad to call Annie, or they're gonna hear me tell Ed? They might as well do this. I mean, what's the option? Or are they cutting him? No? No, not necessarily. But, counsel that there's business and the possible to be talked to about, and it involves.
I think I got the wrong timestamp there. Just give me a moment.
I'll call you when I get off, so I'm not gonna call. Maybe I'll call her before Wednesday comes. I'll call her until they close and I'm gonna get off, so, yeah. So the things that we wanted to him, we'll talk about in more detail later. So our voted first, you need to come here, but I realize that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell them, we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are,
They're not recording my phone. That's what you just said on the recording, correct?
Followed by something if they are, something.
Now, as with the calls on November 7th, after Charlie was disconnected at about 58 minutes into that call, did he attempt to call back in call number 546 at 7:38 in the morning?
I gotta catch up with you here. So that call is the call on November 8th.
Correct. So we were talking about call 547. That's the one that was just
Right.
introduced.
Okay, so at 6:38, that call was made.
So
And then-
546 did,
Yes.
and that would be on July 8th,
November 8th.
I'm sorry, November 8th, 2023 at 7:38 in the morning.
Yes.
And did that call connect?
Does not appear.
Call number 545, November 8th, 2023 at 7:40 in the morning. Did that call connect?
Does not appear to.
And these are call number 546, 545, 544. Those are from Charlie to his mother.
Correct.
Call number 543, November 8th, 2023 at 7:44 in the morning. Did that call connect?
So 543 is at 7:45. There was 7:44, 7:45. Neither one of those connected.
Okay, so 544, 543, those did not connect.
They did not.
And those were from Charlie to his mother.
Yes.
And then call number 542 at 7:52 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Call number 541 at 7:54 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Now I want to take a step back. call that Charlie Adelson made was to his mother's cell phone, correct?
That is... yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. You've been on your cell phone when a call drops, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there could be a number of reasons for that, right?
Yes.
It could be because of tower issues. Could be because of battery issues.
It could be numerous issues, yes.
Or it could be that the person on the other end just hangs up.
Could be.
Those are termination of those calls, correct?
For one end of it, at least.
And when that happens to you, does the call continue or it's just a stop?
A little too technical for me, to be honest.
Well, you've been on the phone, realize that somebody's not there, you look at your phone, it says call failed,
Yes.
okay? Or there's just nothing on your screen?
Usually when the call fails, you get a beep beep and it's done.
But that's if it fails on your end, correct?
Yes.
So you've been on the phone, on your cell phone, talking with somebody. You didn't realize that they got disconnected. You're still talking, right?
Yes.
What are we getting at here? That these calls can't come in because they got disconnected?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you, man. It's like this motion's bizarre.
Well, like you said, if you're in there and you're making a call, you got to know, both sides got to know you're in jail. They're listening. I mean,
right.
This isn't news.
I don't even know what he said in this particular call that they're so concerned about. I mean, he was talking shit about jurors. Because Donna was out. She wasn't arrested, obviously,
Right.
at this point.
Right.
Calls 561, 560, 559, 558, 557, as well as calls 546, 545, 544, 543, 542, and 541. Those don't connect with Donna Adelson because Securus is still recording, correct?
That's too technical for me. I don't know why they don't connect. I
Is
mean,
Securus still recording?
it is, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Sir, is this an incredibly stupid motion, in your opinion?
So,
Yes,
when
it
a call
is.
is made from Leon County Jail to a person receiving that call, both parties are alerted that that call is being recorded before that the person receiving the call can accept the call and talk to the inmate. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it also lets the receiver of that call know that they need to hang up in order to not be recorded, right?
Correct.
Are there hundreds of calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson while Charlie Adelson was in custody at Leon County Jail?
I would say there's thousands.
I know you haven't heard all of the thousands, but in
Mom?
most of the calls that you've heard, besides the two we've heard today, does Donna Adelson properly hang up the phone at the end of the call?
Yes, the ones that ended properly, yes.
Okay. And the defense showed you while Donna Adelson was still on the line, on her and Charlie's previous call, on these over-the-line calls, that there appear to be several attempts by Charlie Adelson to try to call her back.
Correct.
If her phone is still on the previous call, and she's not looking at her phone, could it be that she doesn't see that the Leon County Jail is attempting to call her back, like she doesn't see her call waiting, or she's not looking at her phone?
That's a possibility.
And in one of the recordings the defense plays, she says she seems to be not sure that they are recording her. She says, if they're not, no, sorry, they're not recording my phone. If they are, and then it was cut off?
No, there's more to that conversation that we
Okay.
didn't hear.
In that part that we heard, does she seem to be unsure whether her phone can be recorded or not? When she says, they're not recording on my phone, if they are.
Yeah, I'm not following the question here.
Okay.
I would object, it calls for speculation.
I'll allow Ms. Dugan to clarify her question before an objection or answer is given.
Let me just ask then, the portion that you were played by defense counsel, in that portion, did Donna Adelson say, they're not recording my phone if they are?
Yes.
On the open line call, that the first one that the defense moved in, that where Donna Adelson talks about fleeing to a non-extraditable country, and the other information in this case from November 7th. If Donna Adelson had properly hung up, would the recording have stopped?
Yes.
And we would not be able to then hear the conversation that occurred in her home?
No.
Did law enforcement, or did law enforcement do anything to keep her from hanging up?
No.
And when I say law enforcement, I mean the state.
No.
I put it in the
Have you
chat.
ever had a call with a friend where all of a sudden you can't hear the person, and they no longer are able to hear you?
Yes.
And the call has still been pending there on your phone, it wasn't call failed.
Yes.
Would you then need to hang up the phone to ensure that the person on the other end wasn't just hearing your conversations as you went about your day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move into redirect, Mr. Zellman, I do have a question. I'll allow both parties to follow up. Investigator Newland, based on the records that you have in front of you, are there any instances or
Dead ringer.
any knowledge
Spot
of
on.
any
Dead ringer.
disconnected calls prior to November 7th of 2023?
Not at this moment. I would have to go back and look.
Both parties may follow up as the court's question if you desire to do so.
No follow-up.
Briefly. And so, as you sit here today, you're not aware of any other similar situations happening in the thousands of calls?
I'm not in the ones that I've listened to, no.
So what?
You could pull a report that may or may not show calls consistent with what we've presented here this morning.
Yes, I can go pull a report, yes.
And if that's what the court is asking, you could do that.
I can.
Okay. Now, when an individual such as Charlie, an inmate makes that call, makes a call, he's using his PIN as we established earlier, correct?
Yes, he's using his PIN when he makes a call, yes.
And I'm going to show you, are you familiar with the Next Gen Secure Communications Platform?
Next Gen Secure.
That's a no. That's a no.
When you download the calls, and it goes into a folder on a drive or your computer, you have to click on the Show CD icon, and that pulls up a web browser, correct?
So you're talking about when I extract a
Yes.
set of calls, it gives us an email, it gives us a download, and the download has 3 or 4 folders in it.
Yes.
And those folders contain all kinds of stuff, so yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
This is not marked. You familiar with that?
I've actually never looked at this.
Now, earlier we talked about call numbers 547, 546, 544, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to show you call number 562 on this document. defense one, is the information consistent with what is on defense one?
This one indicates call part, so there's a little bit more details in here.
So
And it's-
call number 561, 560, 559, did that indicate account in use?
It does.
Now, during the portion of Defense Exhibit 2 that we listened to, prior to Mrs. Adelson realizing that Charlie is no longer on the call, is there any discussion about the phrase non-extraditable country?
There we go.
In the 11-7 or the 11-8 call?
11-7.
Oh, I'd have to go back and listen to it again. I know it was talking about getting out of the country and stuff like that, but I'd have to go listen to it again.
At any point in any of those calls, and this is probably more relevant for the bond, does Mrs. Adelson indicate she's not returning? Does she say she's not coming back?
No, but the 11-8 call, she did say that she's going to have to tell Wendy we are leaving the country. There was no indication of coming back from that.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Again, I just want to confirm it's not me or Bob Nose whistling. I think it's Jason
Nothing
Newland,
further, Your
perhaps.
You may step down.
Yeah, he's.
To accommodate Mr. Chairman, we will take the one witness as to the Arthur aspect of this at this point. This is all that witness.
Son of a bitch.
Say called Mike Hayden.
And Your Honor, we would invoke the rule for any witnesses that are here for the bond hearing.
That's fine. Please step
So-
outside and do not discuss your testimony with any other party if you are here for.
Are they shifting to the bond hearing?
of
I
the
guess
hearings
so.
today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly, Mr. Hayden. You may examine Ms. Dugan when you're ready.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, Mike Hayden, MikeHayden.
And where do you work?
I work for Yes Care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do
What?
there?
I'm a health service administrator
How long
Speak
have
it
you
to
been a
English.
administrator there?
since January of '24.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education, your training, and experience for your position?
So I'm a registered nurse. I started with corrections. I've had 5 years of experience in healthcare administration. So starting progressively from director of nursing up to health administrator. I'm currently a travel health service administrator for the company.
Okay. What type of medical treatment can be provided at Leon County Jail?
So we are basic life-saving, so we are limited to advanced life-saving, but anywhere from wound care, chronic care medications to emergency management.
Are there people in,
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to mute
we
you
all
for
are.
now. If you need to get involved in some way or make an objection of some sort, at that point, you may unmute.
Oh, someone has their
Please
freaking
continue.
mic on in the
are there
Zoom?
people with very
Sounds-
serious medical conditions?
Oh, is it Zoom?
In Leon
Yeah, he's got
County
a Zoom
Jail,
going,
that
too.
happen in Leon County Jail, even as serious as cancer,
Yes.
okay? And what type of medical staff does Leon County Jail have there on site?
So we have dental assistants, we have dentists, LPNs, CNAs, RNs, we have mental health professionals, psychiatrists, mid-level, so a nurse practitioner, and a doctor, medical doctor.
Is there a nurse on site 24/7?
Yes.
The doctor and the ARNP, those would be the folks that can prescribe medications or refer a person to a specialist. What are their hours there?
So they're Monday through Friday.
Okay, like a normal business
Mhm,
hours,
normal
8 to
business
5?
hours.
Are they on call though, other than those hours?
Yes.
Okay, what about if an inmate is having a medical emergency? They're unconscious, heart attack, stroke, uncontrolled bleeding, what happens then?
So we refer to the outside emergency room. So we're basic life-saving. So CPR, we can do CPR and things like that until EMS can arrive and take to stabilize.
but anyone can say this person needs to go to the hospital,
Yes.
not even if a doctor isn't there on site?
Correct.
Okay. Do inmates have like a call button in their room where they can alert COs if they are having a medical emergency?
In some of the cells in the medical unit, yes, they do.
What about non-emergency requests? How does an inmate make a request for a non-emergency treatment?
So they have paper forms, and it's healthcare request forms, and they fill those out and they hand them to the nurse during med pass.
And the nurses are then the people who review those?
Yes,
If the nurse decides that an inmate needs to see the ARNP or a doctor, will they facilitate that?
yes,
If the nurse decides the inmate needs to see a doctor, are the inmates then able to see the doctor, usually within a day or two?
yes,
Okay, even if it's on a Saturday, they might wait to see the doctor on Monday unless it's an emergency?
correct.
Okay. I guess that's obviously depending on the nature of the request.
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, is that turnaround as far as I have this issue and I'd like to see a doctor, is that typically faster than people out of custody are able to get an appointment with their doctor?
Yes.
Does Leon County Jail provide treatment for elective procedures or things that an inmate would like to have treatment for?
So what we do is we use interqual, and that will be, it's a system of showing medical necessity. So if there's a request, if the patient requests anything, you will see the provider, they'll assess the need, and they push it up to our utilization management team. If there is a need, then they will facilitate.
So a medical necessity?
Yes,
Okay. If Donna Adelson was seen by medical staff or is seen by medical staff for a medical necessity that they can treat, will they treat it?
absolutely.
If it's not something that the medical staff at Leon County Jail can treat, will they get her care from a specialist for that necessity or take her to the hospital for that necessity?
Yes,
Have the medical staff evaluated her that's listed in her motion to determine whether those are necessities or not?
yes,
And have you had an opportunity to review her medical records before court today?
I have.
Has medical staff observed through any of her appointments any hearing loss that is that was noted in the medical records?
Nothing noted in the medical records, no.
Have they noted any sort of medical necessity when it comes to having her needing to see a specialist for ear wax removal several times a year?
No.
If for some reason that was deemed a necessity by the doctor in the future, would they facilitate that?
Absolutely,
But at this point, they've said they don't notice any hearing loss.
correct.
Was, after Donna Adelson complained of shortness of breath, was a chest x-ray done?
Yes,
And did it show that her lungs were clear, so to speak, nothing abnormal,
yes, it did.
a negative x-ray? Was she given like an inhaler treatment of albuterol, though, because of her complaints of shortness of breath?
Yes, so she's had availability, they had ordered albuterol treatment since 2023, but recently she reported that she'd had kind of an exacerbation or a worsening of that. So the provider, when she listened to the lungs and knew they were cleared, she did order a scheduled breathing treatment for a few days. I think it was 5 days total.
Okay, the breathing treatment being the albuterol
Yes,
medication
to
that you
help make
inhale?
open.
Okay, but they did do a chest x-ray to see if maybe something
addition
more
to-
was at play here, and nothing was there?
That's clear, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Donna Adelson complained of pain in her left shoulder arm area. Was an x-ray done of that area as well to see whether there was any fractures, dislocations, something that she needed further treatment for?
Yes,
And was there any fracture or dislocation seen on the x-ray? Was that a no?
no,
Did medical staff give her some range of motion exercises she could do to possibly help with her pain in her shoulder?
based on the notes, I think the limited range of motion was the provider's assessment of it, so there was noted that she had limited range of motion, and that's what indicated the need for the x-ray, just to see, where we were at.
Okay. So they did notice the limited range of motion, they did the x-ray, and the x-ray was negative?
Yes,
Okay. And Did Donna Adelson report mild pain to the provider on February 3rd, 2025 regarding her left upper extremity with the limited range of motion?
Yes.
If either of these x-rays, be it the left upper extremity or the chest, showed need for further treatment, that showed that she does have this medical necessity that needs to be addressed, would the jail have gotten the treatment that she needed?
Yes.
Let me ask you a couple of other things. Throughout her medical records,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
What is the basis?
The basis of the objection is we were provided late last week, with a stack of medical records that are from the jail facility regarding Mrs. Adelson. We inquired as to what the lawful process was used in order to obtain those medical records, and we never got a response from the state. And before this hearing started this morning, I asked if they were going to introduce the medical records, and they're not. But it's clear that they've had discussions with this witness about Mrs. Adelson's medical records. They did not give notice of issuance of a subpoena so that we could object. We're not aware of any search warrant that's been given. Our client certainly didn't sign a waiver in any way. So it appears that they have unlawfully obtained the medical records of our client, and this witness's testimony should be stricken from the record and no further testimony allowed.
Stiggin, response?
I was not aware that they did not get a response from Mr. Newland about how these were obtained. I can ask Mr. Newland what exactly his subpoena issuance entailed to get the records. I reviewed them this week since I was in trial last week, and the witness has obviously reviewed them because he's the medical administrator and would have access to them regardless. I am not moving them into evidence because I know if they're moved into evidence, then they're obviously going to be all of her medical records into evidence. I just plan to ask the witnesses about them as far as the certain things that are relevant to the motion.
So we do not have to prolong this. Mr. Hayden, if you can step down for the moment to determine how the records were obtained. As part of the motion for setting bond does go to sufficiency of medical care. In that way, if Mr. Hayden has knowledge of the care that has been given and what has taken place concerning your client, he is permitted to testify to that. As to any other records, if there's a lawful objection that you wish to make, that will be addressed. Please bring in Mr. Newman.
Newman.
Thank you.
Hello, Newman.
So, Bob, did you see in the motion that Donna has extra small ear canals?
I could ask
I
Mr.
did.
Hayden while he's on his way down that don't pertain to the medical records.
Ear canal. Please take the stand again, Mr. Hayden.
Just because I know her,
Old Donna's getting a rough ride in there.
It's tough when you try to murder someone and you go to jail. It's not like a 4 seasons. Like, shocking.
Jail's not fun. Jail is not fun, Jay.
Does the medical staff at Leon County Jail practice evidence-based medicine?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So for medicine, evidence-based is all the peer review, so past studies. It's what every medical professional should be using in the community. It's just based on prior trial and error resources, studies, research.
Does that mean that the doctors not only aren't just listening to what the inmate is telling them is wrong, but they're also looking at ordering tests, looking at x-rays, observing the patient to see if they also have any other evidence besides what the inmate is saying is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Why might that be important to do at a jail?
Well, the majority of our patients lack the knowledge or education about their personal health. Many of them have never been diagnosed with things, especially mental health disorders. We found people have cancer and never realized it. So it's important that the providers use the community standards and evidence-based to make sure we're providing the appropriate care.
Do inmates at the jail, could inmates at the jail also have a secondary reason or gain as to saying that they have some sort of medical issue that they may not really have.
Absolutely.
Is that as far as being able to get out of custody, being able to go stay in a hospital or a treatment center as opposed to being in custody at a jail?
Or attempt escape, yes.
Okay. And so is that an important reason why the jail staff turns to x-rays, their physical observations through their evaluation of the patient, or any other evidence that they can point to see that there is some medical treatment or medical necessity there?
Gotcha. I can't speak for the jail staff, but as far as the healthcare staff, we use evidence base to ensure that we're providing adequate care.
Okay. And does the jail prescribe narcotic pain medication?
No.
Okay. So the pain medication that Donna, Adelson, and other inmates receive for pain is over-the-counter type medication.
Correct.
Why does the jail not prescribe narcotic pain medication?
So that is something that usually most jails and facilities don't because it's a currency, it's highly abused, and it can cause safety issues within the facility.
So someone could say they need it and they don't really need it to support some type of addiction to it.
Correct.
Or even if they do really need it, it could cause other inmates, they could cause them to be a target by other
Yes.
inmates. I think that's all I have.
Are you planning to go any further examination on the line that you were inquiring of before, Ms. Dugan?
No, sir.
Step down, Mr. Hayden.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, before you do, please, cross-examination by the defense.
Judge is like, oh yeah. He's got the opportunity to cross you here.
Prior to coming here today, did you have an opportunity to discuss the medical condition of Mrs. Adelson with anyone at the state attorney's office?
Outside, right here.
Okay, and who did you speak with here?
You can
Female
say the
prosecutor
female
was just
prosecutor,
questioning you? Okay, and
You know, it's not often you can have your own doppelganger as your attorney. Very.
Yeah.
And the medical records that were provided to the state attorney's office, did you review all of those?
Planet of the Apes.
I did.
You did. When did you review those?
Over the course of, just knowing she's a patient of ours.
Okay. You testified, I want to make sure I understand correctly, Mrs., the prosecutor just asked you about the button being in some units where if there was a medical emergency, that the inmates could alert the staff that they were having a medical emergency. Did I understand your answer to be that those are in some of the cells in the medical unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Not in the other units?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the way that an inmate is supposed to request medical care is there's a form that they're supposed to complete, correct?
For non-emergent health care.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and do you know how within the staff at the jail those are given to the inmates?
Yes, they're provided by custody staff, and the nurses also carry them.
Okay. Are you aware from the records that you reviewed that Mrs. Adelson actually requested most recently on February the 1st when she was cut on the metal of a washing machine in the unit, that she actually requested the nurse who was present inside the pod in the annex where she was, she requested a form so she could make a request for a Band-Aid, and they said they didn't have any? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I do see that she placed a sick call request and she was seen.
Ms. Fulford, before you continue, I believe you just objected to the state in any way referencing the records that you appear to be cross-examining on now.
I thought you were asking me to do my cross, Judge.
I am asking you to do your cross. However, if you are going to examine the witness concerning the records you're objecting to the state using, the state, that will be available to the state, all
Well,
topics that are raised.
Then I don't want to cross.
Opening the
those. I don't know
door.
how they got the records, because my cross is all about that.
Please bring in Investigator Newland. Mr. Hayden, you may step down. Not yet.
No, buddy, you gotta come back. I got bad news, buddy. You're not off the hook.
Just keep that pen in your pocket and take a seat. One for you.
Investigator, you remain under oath. Ms. Dugan, you may inquire as to how
Hello,
records of
Newman.
the defendant were obtained as to
Hello,
records.
Newman.
How were the medical records of the defendant obtained?
By subpoena.
Who did, let me go up to the microphone. Who did you subpoena?
Yes Care.
Is that a company who maintains the medical records for the jail?
I believe it's the medical oversight for the Leon County Detention Facility.
And what, do you remember the day that occurred?
So there's been twice that this occurred. We had a hearing previously, several months back, a while ago, after transport, where we had to subpoena the records, and Yes Care brought those with them then. And then last week, I got asked to draft another subpoena for records for this hearing, and that was the extent.
Was that by Ms. Kappelman or Mr.
Yes.
Toomey?
My understanding is Mr. Toomey advised Ms. Kappelman to have a subpoena drafted.
Okay, so she's asking him questions, and he says, I need a subpoena, and so then you did the subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. And then was the subpoena sent to Mr. Toomey or to Yes Care?
To Yes Care, yeah, which he's the representative of.
How long did it take to get the records back after the subpoena was sent?
I honestly don't know if we have them back. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
We don't know. We're just guessing about all this shit.
Any other information you can give us about the subpoena process?
That's it.
Okay. Do you know if the defense, if we did receive a copy of the records, would they have been sent to defense by Ms. Kappelman's assistant?
That's standard. Once we receive it, we'll put it in discovery and provide it, yeah.
Okay. Did you have any conversations in the last week or two with the defense about the subpoena process?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the court?
I have no other questions concerning this. Does the defense have any questions as to the subpoena?
Yes, could I have just a moment, Judge?
I mean, the defense should have been served with a copy of the subpoena, typically in these types of cases, because medical records still are, even if you're in jail awaiting trial, you've got to subpoena the courts. And many times, defense attorneys will fight to quash the subpoena. So I guess it'll be an issue of whether or not. I mean, the judge can rule on this shit without knowing all the medical
Prior
shit.
to obtaining the subpoena, did you give any notice to the defense attorneys on behalf of Ms. Adelson that you were going to seek her medical records?
No.
Were you instructed to do that by anyone in the state attorney's office?
No.
Is this just typically the practice that you use to obtaining medical records without giving notice to the defense?
No, my understanding was Mr. Toomey said, please provide me a subpoena and I will bring the records with me to the hearing. That's the extent of what I understood to occur.
I don't have anything further of this witness.
Ms. Dugan, do you have any other examination as to the subpoena or the obtaining of records?
No, sir.
You may step down, investigator. Hayden, if you can take the witness stand once again.
Stay in the courtroom, though, pal. We might need you some more. Don't go too far.
I'm sure the jail officials love to be called to court when a inmate complains. I'm sure he's loving this.
Concerning the examination of Mr. Hayden, I will rule the following. Any knowledge that he has based on his independent review of the records as a member of the jail staff providing medical care to the inmates, if he has knowledge of the defendant's records, he certainly may testify on that basis. If the defense is continuing to object to any use of the records by the state today, that will be handled as a separate matter. However, as well, if there is going to be cross-examination as to the specifically objected to records, that is going to open the door on any redirect on topics raised. You may continue your cross-examination at this point.
Thank you, Judge. You indicated in your testimony that at the jail, the health care that's provided would be for basic life-saving techniques, is that it?
As far as emergency, yes, ma'am.
Just for emergencies?
Emergencies, yes.
Okay.
We don't have advanced life-saving medications there. They have to be sent to the emergency room.
Okay, and you also indicated in your testimony that the medical care provider, the doctor, I guess, who it is, who may be treating an inmate who's requested medical care, makes their decision based on evidence. Is that right?
Evidence-based practice.
Okay, and your evidence-based practice, your testimony could be what they observed with the particular inmate and other evidence as well. Is that right?
So evidence-based practice is, we use a standard, like community, the same level of care that you would get in the community is what we provide.
I'm sorry?
We use community-based practice, so the evidence is based on evidence-based practice.
And the evidence that you would have is whatever the inmate is providing to you, correct?
Well, so basically what it is if someone has heart failure, there's a system that we use to make sure that that patient is being cared for appropriately based on the indications, what the illness does to the body, things like that. So it's a standard way of practicing medicine.
And based on that practice, then, the standard way of practicing medicine, if someone tells you they're experiencing shortness of breath, you said an x-ray was done because she made that complaint, correct?
She was assessed, and then the provider also added the x-ray to that, yes.
Okay, and that's something that should be done as part of the
Correct.
normal, right? If someone says, I've got shortness of breath, you should get them for an x-ray. That's part of what should take place,
Yes,
correct? Okay.
This guy, what's this guy's name?
Part of the
I don't remember.
medical care that's provided by your company at the Leon County Detention Facility, do you all do steroid injections in the spine?
No, that would be something that would be sent out for a consult
And
to a
do you-
specialist.
And do you do that without court order?
To provide care?
Yes,
Yes, we can provide care without a court order.
you do. That's the policy at the Leon County Detention Facility, that if a specialist is required, you will send the inmate out without a required court order if it's a non-emergency
We
situation.
send people out for non-emergency consults weekly,
Oh, okay, great.
almost daily. Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
And as far as the hearing issue goes, you said that the decision about not doing the procedure within her ear, that's because you all don't provide it?
Currently, we just got this request, and this is something that is new to us. We never had any history or any records of that. When she made the issue, when she put the request in, she was assessed by the provider, and the provider saw nothing on her assessment. Not to say that if there is an actual need, we can accommodate that. We can coordinate her care.
So that was a recent request as far as you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Get her some
Send
epidurals.
The request as to the ears.
So
for-
here's what we usually say.
for
We usually say,
February
pull the shit
Correct.
out of
of
your ears.
2025.
So reason is, based on her medical history that she reported at the time she was booked in.
Okay. And the doctor did not notice any hearing loss at that time? Or didn't
Based
note
on
any
the-
hearing
Right,
loss?
based on the report, on her assessment.
Where's Georgia?
And every time
Good
she's
question.
been seen,
She's like, I'm not handling
doctors
these
have
folks'
reported that her
emotions.
respiratory
Good on you.
system that appeared clear.
Get in there,
She appeared
champ.
to have no issue receiving air,
Correct.
and her oxygen levels, her pulse oxygen levels were always around about 98. Is that normal to be like between 96 and 100?
It's within normal ranges.
Okay. For the cut that she received on Saturday, February 1st.
Did you give her a Band-Aid?
She ended up receiving Neosporin and a Band-Aid for her cut.
Yes, and then they followed up, I believe it was a week after,
My
about 7 days
doctor.
after the initial assessment, the skin protocol was initiated, and they found that there was no signs and symptoms of infection, and at that time, she was educated to report any signs or any worsening of the condition.
And she did
Was the Band-Aid Minnie Mouse? She likes a Minnie Mouse Band-Aid. Was it specifically the Minnie Mouse one? Because just the default one doesn't count. We can't do that for Donna Adelson.
She's picky about her Band-Aids.
She's got to have the Minnie
receive
Mouse.
a tetanus shot,
Yes.
just in case. That's all.
You may step down, Mr. Hayden. Let's resume with the suppression aspect of this at this time.
Judge, may we be excused?
You're excused, Mr. Toomey.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Get off the fucking thing, dude. Jesus.
Let's resume with the
Quit
suppression
screaming,
portion
dude.
at this time. Does the defense
All right, so
have any
that
other
dude
witnesses or
actually
evidence?
looked like Wayne Knight
He
Yeah,
does. He
and
did.
sounded-
Yeah.
and
He
sounded like the guy who plays Newman.
It wishes to present as it
Really
relates
does.
to the burden in this matter.
Wayne Knight's hair on him. Wayne Knight.
Donna Adelson?
Oh boy, folks.
Please come up to the witness
Donna
stand.
Adelson. Woo!
Come on,
Oh boy, here we go, folks. Get the tissues out. Oh, she's shackled. Wow.
Please raise your right hand as well. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about
Let's
to
compare and
give
contrast. Compare and contrast.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine Mr. Zellman when you're ready.
She's really milking it. She's really
She's
milking
gonna
it.
fall over.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's spot on.
record and make sure you speak into the microphone.
Yes, Donna Adelson.
Now, I want to direct your attention, we heard the call earlier. The call on November 7th of 2023 at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember where you were?
Yes, I was in my apartment, in my living room.
This is weird.
Who was present when you got the call?
They're doing it
Yes, my
like
husband, Harvey.
both motions simultaneously.
Mm.
Because they're like now they're going back to the call thing.
Right.
And, friends of mine, my attorney, Susan Brotman, and her husband, Richard Chagrin.
You said your attorney. What kind of law does Ms. Brotman practice? Or did she?
She does estate planning.
Was Ms. Brotman present at your apartment for the purposes of providing you with legal counsel?
Yes, she was.
And you remember receiving the call from Charlie?
Yes, of course.
And where was Charlie at the time?
So he was in a room by himself. It was after the conviction.
Was he in the jail?
He was in jail.
Oh no!
What did you do when you saw that Charlie was calling?
Answered the phone?
And you heard the recording that we played earlier?
Yes.
And you agreed for your call with your son to be recorded, correct?
Yes.
As the call was happening, do you know at what point Charlie was no longer on the call?
No, only when because I was talking, and then all of a sudden I asked him something, and I said, "Charlie, do you hear me, Charlie?" And I said it a few times, and he didn't respond, and I knew the call was over.
Now, in the course, during the time that your son was incarcerated in Leon County Jail, did that happen more than, was that a frequent occurrence?
Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, unfortunately.
Okay. And would there be times when you didn't realize at first that he was no longer on the call?
Yes.
Where in your apartment were you when this happened?
So I was in my living room.
And you heard your voice.
What's up, Cabo?
That first call number 562. When you repeated, Charlie, Charlie, are you there?
Right.
Did you believe the call had ended?
Yes.
And in times prior to this, what would happen after that? What would you do when that would happen?
If he didn't respond anymore, that was it. The call was over.
And what would you do with your phone?
I'd hang up.
Except you
Now,
didn't hang up. Didn't hit end call, lady.
Same
Still
thing
on the
with
jail
call.
call. Jay, pause it for
On
one
November
quick
8th of
second.
2023, the one at 6:30 in the morning.
So just so people have an understanding of what the defense is trying to argue here, they're saying that Charlie called her, and if you have the unfortunate pleasure of either receiving or making a jail call, that as soon as that starts, there's that recording. You understand that all calls are recorded and they'll be monitored, blah, 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 blah. So, and if you're receiving a call, that'll say you're getting a call from inmate from this correctional facility, understand that the calls are all recorded. So she knows that, she consents to it. The call goes on for like 8 minutes and 35 seconds. And at some point, Charlie disconnects. We've all been on a cell phone where, like, I do it all the time, as you can imagine. Just I'm talking. And I'm like, hello? Then I call the person back. I'm like, how long ago to disconnect? He's like, yeah, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. I'm like, oh, well, I was talking for 10 minutes. Great. So what happens is she doesn't realize Charlie disconnects. and she doesn't end the call. She just puts her phone down. And then she's talking to Brotman, her buddy, and her other buddy. And clearly, so the jail call is still going, and it catches all the conversation between Donna, Brotman, and Brotman's husband. And so obviously she says some incriminating shit like, oh, Charlie was telling me I should fly to Vietnam, or some shit like that. So that's what they're trying to suppress. They're trying to say that she didn't consent to them continuing to record, that it was an unlawful search because it was like a warrantless search, meaning that they continued to recall. It's a simple argument for the state. I mean, it was still, that's on her. She didn't disconnect.
The argument is, if you're not a fucking idiot, you hang up the phone. If you're not a fucking idiot, you go, now it's off. How could you not be on the phone for a long amount of time and not realize that the fucking thing is on? Fucking dope.
She probably put it face down, like old people do. I'm gonna put my phone down.
You're right. She totally did.
Charlie's not on the phone anymore, so
It disconnected. Now, should I go directly to Vietnam or do I go to Dubai first? How does this flight work? Oh, Donna.
Particular call that day, evidently you did not properly hang up, right?
Evidently.
Okay. And have you ever forgotten to press the button on a call before?
I mean, it may have happened. I don't know.
Sure. Has your phone pocket dialed people before?
Has it what?
Pocket dialed people before? When you've been out of custody.
You may call it a butt dial.
Right.
I don't know what you mean.
Like if
You don't know what a fucking pocket dial is?
your phone is in your
butt
pocket
dial,
or in your
ma'am.
purse and it accidentally calls someone you didn't mean it to.
I mean, that could have happened, sure.
Okay. And you also could have not pressed the button on your cell phone to end a call before, right?
It's possible.
Okay. It's not quite as big of a deal as it used to be when you would actually have to hang up the phone.
Right.
Right. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Redirect
You gave
examination.
For the call to be recorded. When did that end?
It ended when Charlie hung up, or when whatever stopped the call. I mean, I don't know how it stopped, but it stopped. When the call was over with Charlie, it was over.
Nothing further.
You messed up, Donna.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
I want to hear about her bad
For fun.
treatment in jail. Oh.
It's getting a rough ride there, J-Bo.
Tough life, tough in jail
So listen, I heard you're getting all kind of canteen. You better give me that canteen, bitch.
For those who haven't read the motion, that is, an inmate did take her
Point.
canteen.
She's paid like $1,500. She's been extorted like $1,500 in canteen shit for this inmate. Like giving her the business.
The movement has a need to show there was a subjective expectation of privacy in their statements, and the expectation is one that society would accept as reasonable. As to the subjective expectation showing the defendant has met that burden, it now shifts to the state as to whether this is one that is reasonable. Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir. I have argument.
you may proceed.
May I provide the court with some case law?
You may.
I've got some argument, and then I'll kind of go through each one of these cases. And I provided defense a copy of these earlier this morning. So in defendant's motion, they first argued that this was, a warrantless search. However, the state's argument is that this is not subject to Fourth Amendment because there's no wrongful state action that caused this defendant to be recorded after the inmate was no longer on the call. The only conceivable state action here was the state having this service that allows inmates to make recorded calls. But on those calls, both parties have to consent to be recorded for the call to begin. And if they do not want to be recorded or need to hang up, the state didn't intend to record this defendant's conversation in her home with her husband and friends. And it was the fact that she was recorded was not caused by the state's actions. It was caused by the defendant's actions. The defendant argues that they have this reasonable expectation of privacy in the call, but that would only start once this defendant actually hangs up. And the defendant is the one responsible for hanging up, not the state. The defendant was responsible for the interception of the phone call. It was her failure to hang up that caused that rest of that call to be recorded. It was her action and not the state action that made that happen. The state did nothing to keep her from hanging up the phone or prevent her from hanging up the phone. I think an analogy here would be if someone were to say something incriminating in earshot of a law enforcement officer because they think the law enforcement officer can't hear them. If they can actually hear them, then that's on the speaker because the speaker didn't walk away to talk. That was the speaker's carelessness. The defense also cites Florida Statute 934 and says that the good faith exception doesn't apply because this call was in violation of that statute. But when you look at 934.03, every single subsection of that statute applies to intentional intercepts, not accidental. I provided several cases to the court. There's nothing directly on point here of this situation having happened just like this in the past, but there are a lot of cases that deal with inadvertent recordings. One of the first cases I gave to you is Baronet. This is a U.S. Court of Appeals case from the Sixth Circuit that held that police interception of conversations between the defendants that was overheard when a telephone that was subject to a court-authorized wiretap was inadvertently left off the hook by the defendant. That was authorized under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. In that case, the state had an actual Title III wire on the defendant's phone. The defendant was on a call and then didn't properly hang up the call. They left the phone off the hook accidentally. And then law enforcement was able to hear the conversation in the room where that phone was located. So when you compare that to our case, there's obviously, a much different type of state action in that case with a wire. But regardless, this was a recorded line. It was a legally recorded line where they consented to be recorded. Just like in our case, though, the defendant in that case failed to properly hang up, and that allowed law enforcement to hear the conversation in the room. And that was ruled to be authorized because of the inadvertent nature of the recording. Another was Otero versus State. This is a third DCA case from Florida where a child accidentally activated an answering machine of a home that she was staying at. And that answering machine recorded the conversation of the mother and the child unbeknownst to either of them. The third DCA found that admission of that tape into evidence did not violate the statutory exclusionary rule found in 934 because 934 prohibits intentional interception of wire communication. And that taping in that case was accidental, not intentional, just like in our case. There's another case that I provided to the court, Bell versus State. In that case, a girlfriend began to record her conversation with her boyfriend, who was the appellant. And that conversation that she wanted to record was about money, an argument about money between them. The appellant, Bell, then took the phone from her and kept the phone after the argument ended and the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend's young daughter was still at the house, and after the girlfriend left, the defendant was intoxicated and forgot to turn off the audio recording. There was then a recording that, as the recording kept going, it recorded him molesting the girlfriend's young daughter after the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend then discovered the audio recording next day and handed it over to the police. The defendant was charged with L&L molestation. In that case, the recording of this molestation was obviously inadvertent, and the defendant agreed with that. Only the first conversation about money was what the girlfriend was trying to intend before the phone was taken from her. And that phone was in the appellant's custody and control at the time of this recording of the L&L molestation. The DCA in that case said that the trial court did not err in concluding that Mr. Bell failed to prove that his girlfriend intentionally intercepted the portion of the recording that took place while she was gone. Unless his girlfriend intentionally violated the statute, he was not entitled to the benefit of the statutory exclusionary rule. Because the recording was not surreptitious, but after she warned him she was going to record him, he took possession of the device that recorded his words and actions. And so the court found that the appellant did not establish that the communications were intercepted under any circumstances justifying an expectation of privacy. I have one more case that concerns the reasonable expectation of privacy. This is the Huff case that I provided to the court, which is a federal case where the plaintiff, a federal civil case, where the plaintiff inadvertently pocket dialed the defendant, which is something that, has happened to us all. And the defendant listened to and recorded the conversation she overheard while on the pocket dial call. The plaintiff then brought suit for the defendant intentionally intercepting this private conversation. And in that conversation, the plaintiff was basically having a discussion with his wife and with other people as well in the room. The court ruled that the plaintiff's statements did not qualify under Title III because he exposed them to the defendant when he pocket dialed her. But the plaintiff's wife's statements did qualify. She can't be held responsible for her husband's pocket dial. But the thing that I think is most important about that case is the court's holding that a person who knowingly operates a device that is capable of inadvertently exposing his conversation to third-party listeners and fails to take simple precautions to prevent such exposure does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy with respect to statements that are exposed to an outsider by the inadvertent operation of that device. So in that case, the statements didn't qualify under as ones that were protected under the U.S. Code. And that's what we have here. We have the defendant failing to take simple precautions of properly hanging up what she knows is a recorded call. So the state would ask that the defense motion be denied.
Final argument on the motion to suppress from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. There are two cases. I cited a number of cases, and I know Your Honor's practices to review those in addition. There are two additional cases I provided copies to the state that I am relying on. The first is Hentz v. State, 62 Southern 3rd, 1184, and State v. Mozo, 655 Southern 2nd, 1115. May I approach?
You may. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, I want to start with a very general proposition that's important for us to remember. The right to privacy is enshrined in the Florida Constitution. Article 1, Section 23 provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures and against the unreasonable interception of private communications by any means shall not be violated. Article 1, Section 23, the Florida Constitution also provides that every natural person has a right to be let alone and free of governmental intrusion into the person's private life. Fourth Amendment includes similar protections. 934.02 defines an oral communication as any oral communication uttered by a person exhibiting an expectation that such communication is not subject to interception under circumstances justifying such expectation. The courts have held in Florida, as cited in my motion, for an oral conversation to be protected, the speaker must have an actual subjective expectation of privacy along with a societal recognition that the expectation is reasonable. Your Honor, State versus Mozo, almost 20 years ago, courts have held that conversations, oral communications taking place in one's home are protected by Chapter 934.
I don't think this point is reasonably in dispute, but okay. Go ahead.
Now, the question, obviously, is the objective portion of this test. And Hentz versus State, 4th DCA, and Hentz is a situation, Your Honor, where an individual was in an interview room at the police department. He placed a call to essentially a co-conspirator, co-defendant. And the recording equipment was powerful enough in that interview room to pick up the other end of the call that is made to Hentz. Based on what law enforcement heard from the individual's call, the individual who is calling Mr. Hentz, they obtained a search warrant for his cell phone. And on that cell phone, they found images that are illegal to possess, as well as other evidence of a crime that the two of them engaged in. The Hentz court held that, and another important factor, Your Honor, Mr. Hentz was aware that the individual on the other end of the phone was at the police department waiting to speak to law enforcement. Court held that Hentz had a subjective expectation of privacy, and his expectation was one society accepts as reasonable. Now, one distinguishing factor I need to acknowledge is that, but I submit it's not dispositive, is that while Hentz did not know that the individual was sitting in a police interview room, whereas Mrs. Adelson knew that Charlie was in jail and had consented to her call with Charlie being recorded. But the oral communication that is protected by Chapter 934 that is at issue here are the conversations that Mrs. Adelson had after Charlie dropped off the call, when she believed the call was no longer being recorded. Conversation, at least with respect to the November 7th, is with her attorney and her husband. Both are confidential relationships.
Doesn't the warning, though, about the recording almost directly speak to that issue where, I'll read the case that you've given me about Hentz. Although he knew his friend was at the police station, he never received an explicit warning about you may be recorded if you continue on this conversation.
Correct, and I'm going to get to that, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The testimony, uncontroverted testimony, is that Mrs. Adelson believes she hung the phone up once she realized Charlie was no longer on the call. There's no evidence otherwise. And I don't think it is reasonable to require an individual in a situation like that, oh, I just had a recorded phone call, let me repeatedly hit the end button. Hit it once, that should be enough. She believed that that she ended the phone.
Well, she didn't because she's an idiot. So that's her problem.
Also address something else that I think is important. Chapter 934.03 is a general intent statute. It does not require that the state intentionally recorded after one party of this jail call drops off. It's not required. Was the system designed to intentionally record? The answer has to be yes. Investigator Newland testified, yes, intentionally designed to record. Now, the state, I anticipated that they would argue accident or inadvertence. This is not an accident. An accident is something that doesn't happen frequently. Mrs. Adelson testified that this happened, the call, Charlie dropping off the call would happen frequently. And as Investigator Newland acknowledged, Defense Exhibit 3 and Defense Exhibit 1 established this was not an isolated issue. This happened. The system is intentionally designed to continue recording. Under Chapter 934, I submit that when either side of the call is no longer on the call, that the system has to stop recording, and any additional recording is a violation. And that's what we have here.
It's like 911 calls. Do the same shit.
Securus Technologies system is designed to continue to record after either one of those parties drops off the call. Investigator Newland said that it terminates when both parties hang up. Well, I submit, Your Honor, that that's not what happens. It continues to record, and it is not reasonable, and society is not
How can it continue to record when both parties hang up, dude?
That
What is this guy
somebody
talking
sit there
about?
with
Magic?
their phone and continue to hit the end button to make sure that the call stops on their end. I think that's unreasonable.
But do you have to continue to hit the end button, or you hit it once and it's disconnected?
Yeah,
The testimony is that she believes she did.
She did it!
She didn't. She didn't hang up the call, dude.
So,
Oh
because
my
this is not a
God,
specific
what a
intent
joke.
statute, is the system designed
Sir,
to intend
motion
to record?
denied.
Yes. And there's no evidence that this was accidental or inadvertent. This is not a pocket dial, as the state argued. We know that Charlie intentionally called his mom. We know that the system intentionally recorded the call. The state has not presented sufficient evidence to establish this is not a communication that society's, that there's a reasonable expectation that society would accept that this call is anything other than something that is entitled to the protection of 934 and the Florida Constitution.
And we'll review the cases that were presented by both parties before making any ruling. I'll reserve on the ruling as to today. We'll take a brief 5-minute break before we get into the Arthur and bond motion. We'll be in recess.
Thank you, Art.
While they do this, I think I'm going to switch over to the old. Apparently, Jan said this is live on here now, so let's. Oh, we got a hot mic. The only problem is it's only coming out of one speaker. I have to go back to the other one.
The love affair murder trial.
18 days on that thing. That's a long one. I hadn't even heard about it.
Tenacious P. I love this for Donna.
Well, while we wait, thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate it. We got, I guess, what do you say, the bond hearing and the Arthur hearing?
Arthur
next?
hearing.
What's the Arthur hearing?
I haven't seen the motion for it.
Oh, there's Jan. An Arthur motion is a request for Arthur hearing, which is a bond hearing for a non-bondable criminal offense. Thank you, Jan. Thank you all for being here. It's like old times.
Yeah, man, for real. For real. I had this on the schedule. I didn't know that you were taking the day off, so I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna come hang with Jay instead of doing it. So
Well,
I'm
glad you
glad
did.
because I miss you so much. I miss you so much.
Miss you.
How's shit going, dude? Out in the rat race.
Good. I mean, every time people ask me, I feel bad because Catherine, who is one of the listeners, and I'm always like, man, I mean, it's good. It's good. I would.
Yeah.
It's a good gig. It's a good gig for sure. So I don't want to. I feel like I come off like I'm bitching about it, but particularly compared to my my previous insurance gigs, it's 1,000 times better than that. I'll tell you that. So, yeah.
Yeah, good. Well, we miss you, man. We miss you.
Guys.
You live on in my lives. I talk about you all the time. So,
how's the pod? How's the new pod?
That's good, man. It's doing really well. It's like I think today we've got the last. We're recording with a couple. We're recording with the family of the victim in that, which has been really nice to be able to do because it's it's like one of those cases where it's a potential wrongful conviction. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like it's always, it's hard. It's hard from that side of it, like where, you've got families that are of the mindset that, look, I think they got the right person, and you're sitting there kind of questioning the conviction. So it's like not the most comfortable conversations as you can imagine,
Right.
But anytime you get family members that are willing to listen, it's amazing, because it's like usually in cases where they go this far, because like Zellner ended up picking up her appeal like after a year.
Wow.
So it's like it's one of those cases where again you just don't, like, she didn't get a fair trial, and they really tunnel visioned on her because, I mean, she seemed like the obvious person. And, like they didn't believe her story about this invader that was in the house that was running out simultaneous to her coming in and got in a little scrap. So it's a wild case. It was weird because the woman's mother had been reaching out to me. She slid into my DMs. And Lauren and I were talking, like she's my partner on that pod. We're talking about doing something together anyway. So we were both talking to Julia's mother separately, not knowing that one another was talking to her for months. And then one day she's like, "Oh yeah, I was talking to Lauren." I'm like, "Lauren Bright Pachenko?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "What?" So I text Lauren. I'm like, "Have you been talking to Renee Hightower for a month?" It's like, "Yeah." And so that was kind of how we landed on doing the thing together. But it's been interesting, man. Boots on the ground, shit
Tell the folks
going
who
down there.
are in here who may not know what it's called, where they can listen to it, what it's called.
Yeah, it's called Murder on Songbird Road, and it's available everywhere you get your pods. It's doing pretty well. It's an iHeart, so they've got the money to churn on the marketing side of it, so that it was all the way up to like number 5
Wow.
in all true crime podcasts. So yeah, and it's doing well. It's doing well, and I like working with Lauren. She's great. She's
Awesome.
really smart and funny, and she's like an investigative reporter, and she does a lot of true crime stuff. So, but she used to work for Dr. Oz. She was like, you know, and I think for a minute, she worked for Dr. Phil. She worked for both the TV doctors for a hot
Oh
minute
boy.
back in the day.
Doing what?
So, yeah. She was a producer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. She was in the TV industry. Yeah. Thanks, Pammy. Yeah, it's good. It's good, and it's nice because on that pod, Lauren does the writing, so I don't have to do the
Nice. That's
writing.
awesome.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I can just do the talking, Jay, which, as you know, I love to do. So, no, I don't think well, I'll tell you, like, so Allie had RSV, and then we think like Scarlett's homesick now, so the shit's like going around the house. I'm trying to
Oh
avoid
no.
everybody like the plague, but I don't know.
Did we
Hopefully, I
get
don't get.
Jen? Did we get confirmation that Harv is there? Is he definitely there? Because I don't think he's been at any other ones that I'm aware of. So that'll be interesting. If that's who, if you missed it, Bob, in the beginning, she was like right at the beginning, she was looking towards the back and like crying. So Babe had thought maybe the Harv is there.
Harvmeister.
Yeah. So
maybe they did a special transport and Chuck's in the gallery, sitting there in his prison garb. Mom, hi, Mom.
man, can you think about her? So in her trial, you can have him in his jail, scrubs, him, Tato, Magbano, all in there. All these people testifying in there. That's gonna be interesting, right? He has to be in it. There's no exception because he's their son that he would be in regular clothes, right? Like he has to be.
No,
If he,
of course not.
I'm
No.
just making sure. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, frankly, he's going to be put on by the state, so they may, in order to try to. But I don't think so. I think that they'll just drag him out in his prison garb, in his jumper. Hey, what's up? He's shaved, right? He's bald these days. He shaved his mop.
They did shave it, but I don't know if he's grown it back by now. Sitting quietly in the front room. Thank you, Jan. Look at that, Harv. I wish they would show him. I'd like to see Harv. That is first one that he's showing up for. Does he think that she's actually getting out? Because Harv, I got news for you. I don't think it's good when you are on tape. Not only saying that you're going to unalive yourself, but also you got caught trying to flee the country. I don't know, Bob. Is that good for someone who's trying to get
No,
bond
that hurt.
for
That
murder?
hurt. Yeah, I think the biggest risk for her, considering that they've, snatched her passport and she'd be on an egg, is the unaliving aspect of it. I think is probably a bigger concern with her. Because I mean, if you're her, you got to be like,
Yeah, that's if she gets out,
I'm
she is making a little
done with
cocktail for
this.
her and Harv, and they're gone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that
No
seems
doubt in my
like-
mind if they let her out. I can't imagine they're
Right.
going to let her out just for that. I mean,
Right. Yeah, I don't, and what the things that they talked about happening to her just don't rise to the level of, her needing to be out for medical care. It's like the ear thing, she's getting a little bit roughed up in there.
Yeah, if you guys missed it, here it is. Most recently, as Miss Adelson was standing in the area and facing her bunk bed, another inmate slammed into her from behind, knocking Miss Adelson into the frame of the bed. This was very painful to Mrs. Adelson. When she turned around and asked why the woman had done it, the inmate replied, "Because you're a fucking killer."
Why did you do that? Why did you do that to me?
The most severe and frightening incident to date, however, occurred several months ago when she was in the bathroom area of the pod. Based on the records obtained, the incident occurred on October 7th. She was bent over, brushing her teeth with her right hand and leaning on the sink with her left hand. All of a sudden, she felt her left arm being jerked violently behind and up her back. As she was yanked in the direction of a much larger inmate, told her that she knew Mrs. Adelson got canteen, and that from now on she was going to get canteen for her too. When Miss Adelson tried to ask why she would do that, she was told by the large inmate that
Why would I do that for you?
that she was going to do it. Miss Adelson was scared for her life, and what more physical harm would come if she didn't comply. From that point forward, the aggressive inmate has instructed Miss Adelson what canteen packages she wanted ordered on a weekly basis. Afraid for her life, Mrs. Adelson began telling her husband to order the packages each week. She never told her husband why, and just assumed Miss Adelson wanted the food for herself because the meals provided by Leon County are disgusting. After Miss Adelson receives her own canteen purchased through the normal jail site, she also receives 2 separate packages. The site ordered by her husband. She keeps the additional canteen in the area of her bunk bed, and either the aggressive inmate comes to get the items herself, or sends someone to get her the items that she wants. The particular incident caused terrible pain to Mrs. Adelson. The day of the incident has continued. I hope she gets on the stand and talks about this. I really hope she does. She has requested treatment from the jail for pain on numerous occasions. That's the left shoulder pain, folks, from this exchange. So what? I don't even know. What does that mean, Bob? What?
How much she had to fork over for this?
Oh yeah, it was like $1,500, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
this morning, the motion to set bond and also for Arthur hearing.
Judge, may I put one more thing on the record for the suppression that I had in my notes and I forgot to say it?
Only one?
One.
Just one?
Just one.
Go ahead.
So in the call that the defense moved into evidence, the call from November 7th, that's in dispute here. At the end of the call, Harvey Adelson says something along the lines of, it's the last thing that you hear, something along the lines of, "What's this? A call that didn't end." The implication being he must have picked up the phone and saw that the call didn't end. I think this is important to note because had Donna Adelson looked at her phone, she would have seen the same thing. That's all.
Well,
May I have a equally brief response?
59 seconds exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the system, the Secure SAS is intentionally designed to continue recording after the inmate disconnects. And the system knew that Charlie had been disconnected because he tried calling back, and the system reflected, as Investigator Newland testified, account in use.
how does
Let's move
he
on to
know
Arthur hearing.
the system knows that he hung up?
Is the defense wishing to present its argument as to bond, or is the state going to present first as to proof of guilt evident or presumption grade?
I'd prefer we do bond first, if that's okay with the defense, just because the state does have a couple of witnesses as to the things they brought up in their motion. And then I'm not calling any witnesses for Arthur. I'll just be moving some things into evidence, so maybe we could do that last.
Mr. Zellman, as
Jay-
the bond.
Jay blocked me.
portion
I gotta
of
get a
this,
drink.
Do you have witnesses?
We do, Your Honor. State would call Donna Adelson.
All right, here we go.
Stand once again. You remain under oath.
And a half months.
Examine when you're ready, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, at the commencement of the hearing on the motion to suppress you said your name for the record, Donna Adelson. Can you tell the court how many times prior to your arrest for the charges that are pending in this case have you been arrested for criminal offenses?
Never.
And how long have you been incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Facility? Do you recall?
15 and a half months, 470 days.
And within that period of time, the 470 days, have you been held in the same location in the Leon County Detention Facility or different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, and your first location was where?
First location was in solitary confinement on a direct observation unit.
Do you know how long you were there?
50 days.
Okay, and where did you go following solitary?
To the N pod, like N is in November. It's an open pod, general population.
What does that mean, open pod, general population?
So I was with 60 some odd other inmates, all in one open area.
And you had beds in your room, I assume?
There were each sections off about 10 women. So, and there'd be a cement wall, and then there'd be another 10 women and a cement wall. So it was fairly quiet, actually, even with that many women, because we were separated in small groups, so it wasn't that loud.
Okay, and do you recall when you were taken out of the in like Nancy pod?
Yes, in August, they said they had maintenance to do, and that we would be moved to the annex, which is a building outside of the jail.
Okay, and so, I'm not going to be specific as to dates, but you were arrested in November of 2023 in solitary confinement for 50 days to whatever date that took you to.
January 9th.
Okay, and then from January 9th all the way through some date in August of 2024.
Correct.
You were in the N like Nancy pod. And then you said you were transferred to the annex. Can you describe the conditions inside the annex, please?
So the annex is kind of a temporary type building. It's not a brick building. It's kind of like a temporary building, and it's and there are 66 women, all in bunk beds, all open. You're kind of one on top of the next. There's no separation at all.
So one big open room, if
One
you will?
big open room with 66 beds, yes.
Okay, and how long did you stay? So from August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay, and you were here when the gentleman was testifying about the call buttons to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the N pod?
No,
Was there one in the annex?
no.
Okay.
There's not one Nespresso
I'd like
machine
to,
in the whole jail.
Start the motion for a bond that we filed in this case, as the court indicated earlier, one of the issues that we have raised are medical conditions that you're facing. So I'd like to start with your medical conditions and present some testimony to the court about those, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to go over every medical condition you've had since you've been incarcerated in the jail, but I'd like to start with one that you have that's causing you some pain in your leg and back area.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just start with this. Can you describe to the court the kind of pain and discomfort that you're having with this particular injury or issue?
Yeah, I know what it is because I've had it in the past. It's sciatic pain, and I get like a pulling kind of shooting pain down my legs.
Okay. And you said you've had it in the past, you mean prior to becoming incarcerated at the Leon
Yes.
County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of time before you were incarcerated at the Leon County Jail, did you seek treatment for that condition?
Yes, I did.
And what type of treatment did you obtain for that?
So I saw my orthopedist, and he gave me a steroid injection in my spine.
Okay. How long were you suffering from the sciatic condition prior to becoming incarcerated?
How long the last episode was?
Before you were incarcerated in jail, for how many years had you been suffering with the sciatic issue?
So no, I had
Cuda.
it last about 10 years ago. I haven't had it all this time.
Okay.
But then it recurred a few months ago.
Okay. And what was the treatment that you were provided prior to your incarceration for your sciatic condition?
It was the steroid injection, and within 48 hours, it was gone. The pain was gone. It was amazing.
And where did they do the steroid injection? Where is that in your body?
In my spine.
In your spine. Okay. Is that an outpatient procedure, inpatient?
Yes, outpatient.
Outpatient. Okay. All right. And during the course of time that you've been in the Leon County Jail, did you start to experience the sciatic pain again?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do when you started to experience that pain?
I wrote a sick call, and I went to see the doctor.
Okay. Where do you get these sick call forms from?
From the nurse.
Okay. And when do you have the opportunity to see a nurse to get the sick call forms?
Well, they come twice a day. They come in the morning and they come in the evening.
Okay. And we'll get to what those times are at a later point. But if you don't get a form from a nurse, is there another way to obtain it that you're aware of?
No, that's the only way I've ever gotten it is from a nurse.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how far into your incarceration you started having the sciatic issues again?
I didn't have it until I was in the annex, so that was sometime over the last, I've been there 6 months. I don't remember the specific date, but I didn't have it before the annex.
Okay. And once you started experiencing it in the annex, did you complete a form to see medical attention?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as a result of completing that form, did you have an opportunity to meet with someone in the medical center at the Leon County Jail?
I saw the doctor there,
And
yes.
what happened?
And I explained what I had, and she said, we do not treat that type of problem. We could offer you some Tylenol.
And did they provide you with Tylenol?
They did.
And has that relieved you of the pain that you suffer?
No, it's Tylenol. It's not gonna do what I need to have done, no.
Okay. So sometime since you've been in the annex, you made your first request for treatment for the sciatic issue. Have you requested treatment more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any additional opportunities to meet with any of the medical staff regarding this pain?
No.
Okay. What happens when you request treatment and you don't get to see them? Do they tell you that you're not going to be allowed to see them again? What happens?
No. Usually I wait a week, and if I don't hear anything, then I'll write another one, and I'll write, this is a second request, or this is a third request. And then I think they said I think I got an answer. They sometimes just answer it and give it to the pod officer, and she'll hand out papers at night, which is the response to your requests. And on that one, they said you're already getting pain medication for this. That was the Tylenol.
And the pain medication is just regular Tylenol?
Regular Tylenol.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to speak to someone in medical care regarding potential way to resolve some of the pressure in your leg for use of a medical mattress?
Yes. While I was down with the doctor during one visit, she said, you know what might be helpful, because you're sleeping on metal and the mattress is maybe a ½ inch thick, maybe. She said what would help is if I could get a medical mattress for you. I had never heard that term before, but I said, okay, if you think it'll help, that would be great. And she left the room, she went into another room, and then she came back in and said, yeah, I thought that would be a good idea, but they don't have it here, so my best my best thoughts for you would be to get a second mattress, so it'll thicken it a little bit, and that might give you some relief at night.
Okay, and did you obtain a second
I
mattress?
did,
And this was while you were in the annex?
while I was in the annex.
How did you get the additional mattress?
So the pod officer asked one of the inmates to go where they have extra mattresses. They have piles of 20, 30 mattresses there, to go get one of the extra mattresses and put it on my bed so that I had the extra mattress.
Okay, and during the time that you were allowed to have the additional mattress, did you get any relief?
Yes, at night, because I used to get the pains even if I was just lying down. And that definitely relieved some of the pain at night, so that was good.
Okay, and at some point, did they take the additional mattress away?
Yes, so on February 3rd, I was moved out of the annex to protective custody in the main jail building. And since I've been there, the officer removed the second mattress.
Okay.
She said, "Why do you have this?" And I told her why. And she said, "Well, you can't have this."
And
So they took it away.
okay, and since
No
then,
mattress
the
for you,
mattress has been
Donna.
taken away, have you started to experience worsened pain?
Yeah, it's worse.
Okay. And have you requested any medical treatment for that?
I mean, this is fucking insane. Only Donna Adelson would have a whole fucking hearing because she has back pain. I was watching the TV and they have this mattress where they got the guy on the one side, they drop the egg on the other one and it doesn't break. And I requested it and I wasn't allowed to get that one. But then I got an egg. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You're in jail, you fucking murderer. Jesus.
I spoke to the doctor.
Jay, she's a pretrial detainee.
I'm sorry.
It was taken away. I was down for a different reason, and she said, yeah, I thought it was a good idea, but if you can't have it, you can't have it.
Okay, all right. Now, the relief that you got when you were able to have the additional mattress, did that completely take away the pain?
No,
Okay.
no.
And do you experience this pain when you're walking, sitting? What?
So at the beginning, I was just getting it when I was walking, so it limited the amount of walking I could do, but I get it when I'm sitting, I get it lying down, I get it all the time now, so it's not like I have it all the time. It comes and goes, but when it just comes, I could be sitting, I could be standing, it just happens.
Okay. We're going to go into more details about how it took place in a few more minutes, but for now I'd like to talk about, are there any other areas that you are experiencing any pain?
Yes, I have a problem with my left arm.
And describe to the court what that problem is, what you're feeling, what you're experiencing.
Okay, so I have like shooting pain from the top here of my shoulder down the outside of my arm into my forearm.
Okay, and you're pointing to your left arm, is that the one you're referring to?
It's my left arm.
Okay, and so shooting pain down the arm, anything into your hands?
Yeah, the pain is like, it's like hot, it's like a burning pain, and my thumb, index, and middle finger have gotten like tingling. It almost feels like ants are crawling on them. It's like a numbness of those fingers.
Okay, and is this pain that you were experiencing prior to your incarceration at Leon County Jail?
No.
Okay, about when did this pain begin?
So
As soon as I got into jail.
I was assaulted by another inmate.
Oh, here we
I
go.
was here the beginning of October.
October 2024?
Yes,
And when you say here, do you mean the Leon County Jail?
yes.
Okay,
Let's hear it, Donna.
all right. Since you began experiencing that pain, since October of 2024, have you requested medical treatment?
Yes,
And what has the response been?
they said they would take an x-ray, but in the meantime, I could have Tylenol.
Okay, and you said that was in approximately October of 2024. Have you been requesting treatment for that pain since October of 2024?
Several times.
Okay. And you heard the testimony of the gentleman previously. At some point, did they do an x-ray on your arm?
Yes,
And when was that?
it might have been February 3rd. No, that was the day I moved. It's shortly after February 3rd. I don't know the date.
Was it after you were removed and placed in protective custody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is the Tylenol helped with the pain that you're experiencing?
No.
I need some real drugs.
I need a Tempur-Pedic mattress, an espresso machine, a pickleball court.
After they performed the x-ray, were you called back into the medical unit?
It was for another reason, but they did call me, and they told me that, that the x-ray showed no fracture.
Okay, no fracture, that's what they were looking for.
That's what they were
Oh,
looking
thank
for.
goodness.
Did they offer any type of physical therapy for your shoulder, anything at all?
No, I asked if they could do anything for it, and they said no. Tylenol.
All right.
Yeah, jail
Do
sucks.
you have any other
Jail
medical
sucks.
questions
Sounds tough.
that,
Guess you probably shouldn't murder
you
someone.
wanted us to address?
Life decisions, man.
The,
Life
bond
decisions.
that you're suffering from.
So I have a hearing issue.
Okay.
I have a problem. I evidently have very narrow ear canals, and so
Narrow urethra. Bobby,
the
I have a
wax
narrow
builds up in my
urethra.
ears to the point that, I mean, I have officers that say to me, "Are you deaf, Adelson?" When I don't respond to them, it's because I don't hear them, and so I
Well, then how do you know they
around
asked
in
that
the,
if you don't hear them?
I asked the doctor if there's anything they could do for me, and I told her what's normally done, and she said, we use Debrox to soften the wax, and then you come down 3 or 4 days later, and we use a bulb syringe to remove it. And I said, that doesn't work. I need a different procedure, and she said, that's all we can do for you.
Okay. And did you know, based on your prior treatment before you came into the Leon County Jail, that it required something other than the flushing system?
Yes, I did know.
Do you recall the name of the doctor that you saw for this condition?
Yes, I've seen him for years. Dr. Molina.
Okay, and Dr. Molino, how long do you think that you saw him for this condition prior to your incarceration?
I mean, several years.
Okay.
4 years, 5 years, I don't know.
Okay, and during the course of his treatment for you, how often would you go to have the wax removed from your small ear canals?
Yeah, every 3 to 4 months. If I waited longer than that, I couldn't hear.
Okay, and did he use a flushing method, or did he do something different?
Back pain and small ear canals. I cannot take this. Only Donna Adelson. Only Donna. I have the small ear canals.
Very entitled, Jay.
And the officers, they say, "What are you, deaf, Adelson?" But it's because I got the earwax buildup in my tiny eardrums, and I need to go to a Four Seasons. I can't stay in this jail anymore.
No.
This jail is unacceptable. Dave.
He used some kind of, I don't know what it's called, but it's some kind of an electronic device that he puts one end in my ear, and he's able to remove the wax using that device.
Oh,
Yeah.
sounds like some
In your experience prior to
like
incarceration,
rich white
when you were
lady
having that
shit.
procedure done, did your hearing improve?
Immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, immediately.
Judge Everett needs to deny the motion and just give her some fucking Q-tips. Shut up, Donna. Jesus.
Yeah, here's a Q-tip.
You may.
Hands are like a Costco thing of Q-tips. Here you go. There you go. This should get you through trial, babe. Enjoy. Or just start playing Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode. Enjoy the silence.
Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing.
Uh-oh. Is this
and
the
it's
washer?
a report from Dr. Molina, your doctor. Could
doctor.
you review that just to yourself for a moment? Okay. Does that describe the treatment that he was providing to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it includes a recommendation that you continue to receive the same treatment, potentially with another ENT in Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This time the defense would offer Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objections to defense one?
No, sir.
Defense one is admitted.
He won't be able to talk to you, Jay.
I gotta talk to him.
You just got to ask general questions about the tiny ear canal issue. You could say, I have a tiny ear canal issue.
Without disclosing any of the
Yeah, exactly.
conversation,
My own
of
issue.
course. But during the
How would you
course of the
treat
time
that?
that you have met with
Right.
counsel.
And a huge wax
at
buildup.
the jail, have you had difficulty hearing us while we're trying to discuss your case with us?
Yes. I
And what
do.
about over the telephone? Are you experiencing difficulty hearing us in that way?
Yeah, the telephone is.
Welcome to jail.
Okay.
Loud as fuck in there.
Have you actually gotten in trouble by some of the guards at the jail because they've instructed you to do something and you weren't able to hear them?
Yes,
Has that happened on more than one occasion?
it happens on several occasions.
And have you experienced over the course of your incarceration that your hearing is getting worse and worse?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is not a significant, I'm going to move on to something else now, and this is not a significant injury, but I did want to address this with respect to the type of medical care that you are getting at the jail. Did something happen to you recently where you cut your arm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the court what happened, please.
Oh my God.
I
Are you fucking
walking,
serious? This shit.
past
Holy
the
shit.
washing machine on my way to the restroom, and I bumped into the, there's like a metal bracket that holds the washing machine in place, I guess, and it was my fault. I bumped into it.
Oh, there you go. Don't be such a clumsy old bitch, man.
I
Come
cut my
on.
arm pretty badly.
So what did you do after you cut your arm?
So
Wept.
Donna the nurse was there doing morning meds. So I got onto the bleeding wouldn't stop. It was just pouring out. And so I figured I'll get on the line with the other girls and I'll speak to the med nurse. So I waited my turn and I got to the med nurse and she says, "Whoa, what happened to you?" And I said, "My fault. I just bumped into the washing machine and I cut myself." So she looked at it and she said, "Yeah, that's a problem." I said, "Yeah, can I get a Band-Aid or gauze or something, some antibiotic cream?" She said, "Yeah, I don't have any antibiotic cream and I don't have a Band-Aid." So I looked at her and I said, "Well, what should I do?" She says, "Well, why don't you
Rub
use
some
toilet
dirt on it?
paper and put it on there?" I said, "But it's gushing. I can't put toilet paper on there." So one of the girls saw me and she said, "Oh my God!" And she came running over and she opens up a sanitary napkin and she put it on there so that it was filling the sanitary napkin with blood. And so another girl came
Donna,
over,
take
she
my
took
maxi
the
pad.
bloody one away and she gave me hers too. And I was applying that. So I said to the nurse again, "We're not going to be able to stop it holding this. Isn't there something you can do?" She says, "The best I could offer you would be to fill out a medical request form." So I said, "You want me to do that now?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, can I have a medical request form?" She says, "Oh, I don't have any." I said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" And she said, "I don't know what to tell you." She says, "Maybe the night nurse will have that."
Okay. So
Wow.
this was just a couple of days before you were transferred to protective custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but do you recall that it was on Saturday, the 1st of February?
It was a Saturday morning, yes.
Okay. And so about what time of morning would this have been if this was the morning med nurse?
It could have been 9 or 10,
Okay.
somewhere in the morning.
Okay, and when she told you that she didn't have any sick call forms for you to request a Band-Aid and you would need to get it from the night nurse, approximately what time does the night nurse come?
So the night nurse comes anywhere from 11:30 to 2:30 in the morning.
11:30 p.m. to
PM.
to what time?
2:30 a.m.
To 2:30 a.m.
Right.
And in the meantime, you were supposed to use the feminine pads?
I called my husband. He told me to elevate my arm, to wash it, to try to wash it frequently, just to keep my arm up, and that's what I did. And
Sounds like some sage
one night
medical
I threw away
advice.
the toilet paper,
I'm
but
glad that
was
Harv
sticking
could tell
to
her
the
that.
wound, so that wasn't good. So I kept borrowing sanitary pads to hold it.
Okay, and at some point, did the night nurse come?
Yes, she came that night.
Okay, and what happened when she got there?
She didn't have a Band-Aid either.
Oh my
She
God.
didn't have
She didn't have one
antibiotic
either.
That's outrageous. Let her out.
And,
Let her out.
I said, "This has been going on since early this morning."
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just turned around and noticed that some of the state's witnesses have re-entered the courtroom. We had previously invoked the rule for the
Oh, I thought he was going to say they were snickering.
I did too. I've noticed some of the state's witnesses. In fact, all of them are laughing.
There's a lot of snickering going on.
The call currently in the
calling Miss Wilson and Deputy Collins.
Please continue with your examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So the night nurse came, and the night nurse didn't have a Band-Aid either?
No antibiotic, no Band-Aid, and no, the form that I was told to ask her for, the sick call form, she said, I don't have them, we haven't had them in a while.
The night nurse?
The night nurse.
So how were you supposed to request, according to the night nurse then, how were you supposed to request assistance?
So I was actually fortunate because there was a sergeant with the night nurse. She accompanies the nurse when she comes there. And she took a look at what I looked like, and the night nurse said, yeah, that's a problem. And so the sergeant said, I'm going to make sure you get a Band-Aid, and I'm going to make sure you get it. You'll get it by tomorrow. When I go back with the night nurse, she said, I'll run some off on the machine, some copies, and I'm going to make sure.
Jesus, this is quite a tale.
Did she?
A little cut on her arm tail from the bump into the washing machine. Jesus.
From the sergeant, yes.
Okay. You got the Band-Aid and the call nurse?
Yes.
Call form?
The call form.
Okay. You approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Adelson, I'm showing you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yeah.
And what is that?
That's a few days after I got cut, and that's the clear Band-Aid that they gave me to put on top.
Okay. After you got the bandage to put on over your wound, did you get additional medical treatment for the wound?
So no, not then. About, I don't know how many days later, but when I went down to medical a few days later, they said, how long are you wearing this bandage? And I said, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, whatever it had been. And they said, this should have been cleaned and changed every day. Why didn't you have that done? I said, I don't know. This is what they gave me to put on, and that's what I did.
Okay. The photograph, does that truly and accurately depict what your injury looked like the few days after it occurred with the bandage on it?
That's what it looked like.
The defense would offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection to defense 2?
No, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
Please show it. Please. Put it on the big screen. No!
And at this follow-up visit, then did they change your bandage and clean the wound?
They cleaned it, and they put antibiotic cream on it, and
Okay.
they changed it, yes.
And did you get any additional treatment for the wound?
No.
Did you request that you get a tetanus shot?
My husband said, Donna, if there was rust on that metal, which there was, he said, you should ask for a tetanus shot.
And so did you request
So
it?
I requested it, and they did give it to me.
Okay. And then, as far as your medical
Donna,
conditions
isn't it
go,
true that
last
now
thing
you
I
only
wanna
have a
talk about
stump
is
from
something
where your
that,
horrible wound was?
there's two different descriptions of, but I'm just asking the questions. You're the one providing the information to the court in your testimony.
Okay.
So this shortness of a breath or heavy breathing that you're experiencing, how long is
Donna
that?
pulls her arm up. She's like, look, they had to cut my arm off. I need out.
At least
Please.
I would think.
Please,
And
Judge.
you're experiencing it, and then during your incarceration, did you
I have
ever
a
prior to
stump.
being incarcerated?
No, I did not.
Okay. What have you noticed about the breathing, and how would you describe it? Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, what?
I guess it sounds like heavy breathing. It's shortness of breath. I've never had it before. I'm
It's
not
like sleeping next to
doctor.
Darth Vader.
I've gained more than 1/3 of my body weight here. The diet is all carbs, no protein, and you get spaghetti with mashed potatoes, cornbread, and white bread. That's your dinner. It's very typical of what we get.
Sounds delicious.
Oh, wow. I don't get the I only got carbs. This is the worst. This is only fucking Donna Adelson.
We have had no exercise at all. We're confined, especially in the annex. The annex, we've been confined to our beds almost all the time. Once in a while, we get a pod officer that lets us walk, so you can walk in a circle around the girls' beds. But otherwise, there's no, I mean, even if you want to get off your bed and just try to do stretches or wall push-ups or anything. She says, this is not an exercise room, there's no exercising here. We don't get taken outside.
Let me stop one of these issues at a time. So with respect to the time period when you've been in the annex, which was from August of 24 until recently February of 2025, with understanding you're supposed to be taken outside a certain number of times.
Well, the inmate handbook says you get a minimum of 3 hours of outside time per day, per week, I'm sorry.
The inmate handbook, I can't take this anymore. This is
Listen, dude, you know for a fact she has that shit memorized
the
front to
inmate
back.
handbook says we should be taken out more.
But God,
Okay.
the
During your
inmate
time in the
handbook
annex,
says
did you
I get
experience
3
a
hours
week where
per
you got
week.
3 hours of time outside?
We haven't gotten 3 hours in 6 months.
How many times did you go outside while you were in the annex?
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson,
Yes.
we have 30 minutes left in the hearing. Ms. Fulford, I understand your panel is disputing the adequacy of the care. We do need to move to the most pertinent matters. Please continue.
Okay.
I've heard enough.
Move off
I've
of
read
that
your
then.
motion.
I do want to talk to you then about some physical issues that have taken place in the jail. The first one I want to talk about is an incident that took place in the shower, and we're going to do this one briefly. I'm sorry, how much time did you say we had, Judge?
30 more minutes.
Including argument?
Not including argument.
Okay. All right. The first incident that took place in the shower, could you just briefly describe to the judge what happened there?
Yeah, so I always, there's 7 shower heads, but I always take the same one because it's off in a corner, so I have a little bit more privacy than you'd have at the other ones, and so I would always shower there, and I was under the shower, and I was washing my hair. And
You like
I was
it?
the only one
You
in the
like it?
shower. I always go in early morning because there's nobody there. Most of the girls sleep, so I take a shower and I have a little privacy. And so I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I felt a hand go up my back, like from the top of my butt up my back, and I
Harvey! Oh,
I yelled,
you're not
"Stop
Harvey!"
it," and I turned, and this girl said, "You like it?" And I said, "Get out of here!" And I started to scream, and she ran.
Okay. In the bathroom there, what was this? Which pod was this in?
This is in the annex.
In the annex. Okay. In the annex, are there guards positioned inside the area where you shower?
No,
Inside the area where you use the restroom?
no.
Okay. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is what transpired in October of, thank you, October of 2024.
Oh my God, she's shaking.
Where you had
All right, everyone, we just heard that story. Everyone go wash out your tiny ear canals so we can forget that ever happened.
Twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back, like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
Did it hurt?
yeah, it hurt.
Felt great.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she's, in the same breath that she did that with my arm, she said, "You're going to buy me commissary." I said, "I'm going to what?" And she said, "Unless you have
What?
these pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary." So I said, okay. And then she named a package that she wanted, and she's out. She was gone. She just that fast.
Okay. How bad would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you rate the pain at the time that she did that to you?
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
I didn't know my arm could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So
Wept.
kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. And I went back to my bunk and I got under the covers and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. I didn't come out.
Okay. During your entire time in the annex, did this particular inmate remain confined in that area with you?
She was in the annex the whole time.
Okay, and I know that you don't want to talk about who did this to you, because why? Why don't you want to disclose who it was?
Because
One thing I've
snitches
learned
get
since
stitches.
I'm there is you don't, and the word is snitch, you don't snitch, you don't tell on anyone because you'll be sorry you did. And I've seen that, and so, I didn't even tell you for a while. I wasn't gonna tell anybody, I didn't want to tell anybody. I didn't want, she's a big woman, and I was afraid of her.
Okay. Approximately how tall would you say she is compared to you?
She's over 6 feet, she's
Okay.
over 200 pounds, she's
Okay.
a very large woman.
Okay.
She's 8 foot tall, 700 pounds,
I was
real
into that.
ogre.
Okay. And you said that she demanded that you were going to start getting her weekly commissary. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me, can I have just one moment, Judge?
Go ahead.
Oh no, Donna, you murdered someone and now it's the consequences.
Donna.
Now, one tear. Shake it up, Donna. Shake it up, girl.
Your Honor, in order to move this along a little more promptly, I've requested of the state, and they have no objection. At this time, I'm going to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3. I'm sorry, I said state by mistake. Defense Exhibit number 3, Defense Exhibit number 4, and Defense Exhibit number 5.
Any objection, Ms. Dugan?
May I
They are
approach?
admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Adelson, prior to ordering commissary for this woman who attacked you, were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food, and so I use that account to buy food, but not what she wanted. She wanted packages.
Okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes,
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Aramark, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items are you buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and,
Substitute meals, if you will?
yes,
Okay, no noodles of any kind?
no.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody on the outside to place the order.
Okay, and when you referred to packages, is that the method that the woman who attacked you said she wanted you to get for her?
That's what she asked me to get her, yes.
Okay, and these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
40 and then $10 for packaging or shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Okay, and during the course of your time in the annex, while you were still in the annex, on just about every week, did she continue to find you in the bathroom and demand what packages that you would get ordered for her?
Yes,
And-
she must have been keeping an eye on me, but when I was in the bath, those are the only times she would approach me is in the bathroom, and she would tell me what she wanted for that week.
And did you make those orders through your husband?
I called my husband. I didn't tell him what happened. I just called him and said, honey, I want some extra food. Would you mind ordering some packages for me? And he said, sure, honey. And he
Okay.
did.
And he did that. And at the time that your normal canteen or commissary would be delivered, is that when the extra packages would be delivered as well?
Yes, all at the same time.
Okay, and in the course of things, you would go pick up your canteen and then her extra packages, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
And where did you keep her items when you got back to the annex?
So it was, you have to carry your bin up, and they put the package, they open up a plastic bag and they loosely put all the stuff in the bin. So it was all in a bin that I would take back and put under my bed.
Okay, and did you keep her eye care packages separated from your canteen?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that she would receive her packages? How did she get the
So
food?
she would send, I used to say her minions, she used to pick different girls. to
Her
come with me,
minions.
And they would say, package up 4 soups and 3 bags of chips. And the first time I didn't know what she wanted me to do, and she said, it's for, and she'd mention her name. I said, well, how am I supposed to do that? She said, just put it in your shirt, I'll meet you in the bathroom. So I would load these things in the top of my shirt, and I would hold the bottom of my shirt like this so that nothing would fall out, and I'd go to the bathroom, and then somebody would follow me in there, and she would take it out, transfer it into her shirt, and walk away.
And that continued from the time that she first yanked your arm behind your back in October all the way until you were put into protective custody, is
Yes,
that right?
Yes.
Okay, when you got into protective custody, in fact, did you receive your last packages for her?
So the last package came, I was put into protective custody on a Monday, and Tuesday, the commissary came with those packages and brought them to me.
Okay, and do you have that extra food in your protective custody room now?
They're sitting there, I don't eat that stuff, so it's all sitting on top of my bunk.
It's made up of noodles and chips and things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I won't
All
eat
right,
that
I want to talk briefly
trash.
about your time in
I'm not eating
protective custody.
noodles.
How big is the room that you're in?
Kidding me?
6 by 9?
Okay, and are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right, and you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that
20
right?
minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come out?
Not at all.
Okay, make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, we're talking over each other.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth
up,
when I'm
idiot.
questioning.
Come out at all. During your hour 3 days a week and your 20 minutes 2 days a week, is that when you are given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the end of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
And what pod is that?
M-Pod, like Mary.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that this individual who attacked you was also, at least for some period of time, in that same area?
I'm not sure where she was. She might have been.
Okay.
I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I
Okay.
heard that she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that different guards have kind of different rules that they follow inside the jail. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, was there an occasion where another girl came and knocked on your door wanting you to give her food?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, okay. And what happened when you said you would give her food?
I said I have all that extra food. I don't mind giving it to people. So,
Okay. And so how were you going to give it to her?
well, that's what I said to her. How am I going to get this to you? And so she gave the guard a high sign, and the guard buzzed the door open, and it was her and a friend of hers, the two of them, and they'd only stepped in my room like a foot, came in, and I gave them some soups.
Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other sorts of
There have been other
situations?
times, like yesterday,
Oh,
the
Donna.
officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, what did you want? And she said, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you, just go back to your room. I said, okay. So
Okay.
I turned around and went back.
Okay. We have to move along a little bit faster here. So one of the things that's been a big issue for you is lack of sleep. So we're going to just kind of go through this quickly
Oh,
for the
boy.
court. But you testified previously that the nighttime medications come between 11:30 p.m. and 1:30 or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Medication
And, with the nighttime
time.
medications that you get, is there something in there to assist you to go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And then you get the medication. About how long after that is it before you can go to sleep?
From the time I get it, probably a half hour.
Okay, all right. And what time are you woken up for breakfast?
Between 3 and 3:30.
Okay.
Last night was 3:10. just within that half-hour range is when it comes.
Okay, and once you're woken up for breakfast, are you capable of going back to sleep?
No.
Have you tried to go back to sleep?
Oh, my God, yes, I try.
So that period of, that block of time that you get from the time you fall asleep after your night meds until you're woken up for breakfast, that's the only sleep that you're getting while you're incarcerated?
That's it.
How has that affected you?
So, listen, I know
I'm
older people
tired.
don't need as much sleep as younger people, but I need more than 2 hours a night. I need more than a good night is 3. One night I had 3.5 hours. It's not enough sleep to stay focused. I mean, I feel like I'm foggy sometimes because I'm sleepy, I'm tired, and I can't go to sleep. They've got people screaming and yelling. They bang on the doors, they shake the doors, it sounds like a drum in there, it's horrible. So I can't sleep with all that noise going on. And
Okay. Do you have legal documents that we have provided to you or prior counsel has provided to you?
It's never
that
getting
you
any
use
better,
to assist
Donna.
in the preparation
Prison,
of your defense?
even worse.
say that to me again.
Sure. Do you keep legal documents with you that you're supposed to be reviewing to assist to prepare for your defense?
Sure, I've got two bins full of them.
Okay. Are you having difficulty completing the tasks that we're asking you to do because of your lack of sleep?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you for just a second. You're able to make calls to your lawyers off of your tablet, correct?
Yes.
And those are supposed to be attorney-client privilege calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they're not recorded according to what's said on the recording when you make the call, is that right?
That's right. That's
Okay.
right.
During the time that you were in the annex, were you in a situation where you could be away from everybody so that you could make those calls without anyone hearing?
No, I had to make the calls under my blanket because you couldn't hear me. I certainly couldn't hear you. So I would go under my blanket with the tablet and I would call you that way.
That didn't keep the other inmates who were standing right next to you from hearing?
It is what it is.
Okay, was there a time when you and I were speaking and when you pulled the cover back, there was actually a guard there listening to your call?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And during the time that you and I are having conversations, do you also experience the same kind of problems with the phone that you had heard that Charlie had while talking to you, where the calls are dropped, et cetera?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay. Are there times where we're not able to hear each other on the phone calls?
Yes.
Is there static on the phone calls?
It's static, and now you've been complaining because I have this shortness of breath, so you say I'm breathing very heavy, and it's hard to hear me.
Okay.
So it's difficult.
All right, let me ask you a few questions. We're requesting that His Honor allow you to be out on bond pending your trial so that you can assist in the preparation of your defense. If His Honor ordered that you reside here in Leon County and not leave Leon County until the conclusion of the trial, would you agree to do that?
Yes, of course.
If he placed you on an electronic monitor, would you agree to take that?
Yes.
Okay. If he required that you have a curfew from 7 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning, would you comply with the curfew?
I would do that.
Do you have the ability to do these things?
Yes.
Okay. You have the ability to get housing here in Tallahassee where you could live with your husband?
Sure.
Okay. And if he said that, you can leave outside of the curfew, you can leave to go meet with your lawyers, medical appointments if you need medical appointments, coming to court, those type of things, would you comply with those orders as well?
Yes, I'd be grateful just to get a night's sleep. It would be great.
Okay. If he ordered that you had to surrender your driver's license during the pendency from now until the end of the trial and not drive, would you agree to comply with that?
Yes, I would.
Have just one moment, please.
Get a shot of Donna's hands clasped together and
The shaking. Oh,
Get her-
Donna girl.
get her quivering
But I might
hand.
not have, for the medical conditions that you have complained of during the time that you were speaking with the doctors and they said that they didn't give you the treatments that you were requesting, did they ever offer that they would have a doctor from the outside perform the treatment for you?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Student cross-examination.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, sir. All right, so the incident in the shower, after you let the inmate know that you did not like what she was doing by telling her to stop, did she ever try that again?
No.
And that inmate's no longer, or you didn't disclose the name of that inmate, but you did tell the investigator that that inmate is no longer in jail with you, right?
She's no longer there. She left shortly after that.
Okay.
Problem
as far
solved.
As the arm twist
Next.
incident from October of 2024, you said you reported that in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't give the name, you said you wouldn't give the name of her to the investigator either, okay?
No.
But you do know that if you would give her name, that instead of you being separated from the pod, she could be separated from you and you could be back with the general population.
Yeah, but she's not the only one that could hurt me. That's why I wouldn't do it. She had a half a dozen girls that came up to me.
Was there ever any physical violence by her or anyone she's friends with after that October 24 incident?
No, that was it, that day.
And by being in solitary confinement, does it give you an opportunity to have a quieter space where you can prepare for trial?
I guess it would be a quiet space if I could get some sleep and I would be able to concentrate on what I'm supposed to do. Yes, that would be helpful.
Do you also get in-person visits with your attorney in jail?
I do.
Okay, and when that happens, are you in a room alone with him or her or both?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And y'all are able to have conversations then that are private?
yes.
For the sciatic nerve, in December of 2024, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection for that pain that you declined?
I am going to object to the use of the medical records by the state based on a prior objection.
Student, do you have an ability to show that these records were not a part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland that is still disputed?
No, these are part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland. But my understanding is that the defense would have opened the door to this by asking her about all of these times she was seen by medical staff and what basically was not done for her.
As to that, I will permit the witness to answer. You may answer, Ms. Adelson.
Could you ask me one more time?
Yes, ma'am. For the sciatic pain that radiates down your right leg, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection, and then after that, a Medrol, so a steroid dose pack, that you declined until you were able to speak with your physician?
No, I told her that in the past I had gotten a steroid injection in my spine, and she said, we don't do that. I could offer you, and it was a Medrol dose pack, I think.
A
She said,
Solumedrol
I can offer
injection?
you that, but we don't do that. And having had sciatica twice in my lifetime, I know what's been done each time, and I know that worked. And so she said, we can't do that. We don't offer that. You would need to see a specialist for that.
Okay. I'm going to show you this page. I'm looking at the encounter from December 13th, 2024 at 3:22 p.m. What does it say? Offered patient a Solumedrol injection and then starting tomorrow a Medrol dose pack. Patient requested decline until she can speak with her physician.
I don't know what a Solumedrol injection, but she told me they don't give steroidal injections in the spine. She says, we don't do that. And I don't recall her offering an injection. I do remember she said, I could give you other medication. But I've been there, I've done that. I know what happens with sciatica, and I know what needs to be done. That's not gonna be the answer.
For your arm and shoulder pain, isn't it true that you reported you had...
The answer, my friends, is blowing in the wind.
Today at noon, 19 people are now in jail after an
What
undercover...
happened, J-Mo?
I guess
Commercial
they decided
time.
They decided to turn it off. Son of a... Way to
They're
go,
like,
WCTV.
You know what? This Donna shit is super whack.
We're done with it. It's only coming out.
You ultimately received the Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on your elbow?
Sound
Yes,
is much better over
I
there.
got that on Saturday. When did I get that? On Monday?
Okay, so within a day or two of the cut occurring?
Yes.
And You said that if you are given a bond, you will reside in Tallahassee, you will follow court orders. But when you were afraid of being arrested right after Charlie Adelson's trial, isn't it true that you hoped that you could get to the airport before you were arrested?
The goose is on the loose.
I wasn't afraid of being arrested.
What were you trying to get to the airport in time for?
Yeah.
In that jail
My
cell?
husband and I
Vietnam is a bucket list
literally
for us.
shocked and traumatized at what had happened to Charlie. And he said, we need to just get some peace. We need to catch our breath. We're going to go away somewhere. And I thought it was a good idea because I couldn't think straight. I really couldn't think straight. I was so upset.
Harvey was like, we need to get a country that does not have extradition, so let's...
And so was he.
I understand the rest.
It was his
Harvey.
idea. He
It's
said,
not a
sweetheart, let's go.
place they can't
Just get
hold
away.
back.
We're gonna just get away somewhere so we can have some time to think.
Okay, so your testimony is that you weren't trying to go to Vietnam because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
So my husband actually had said, you know,
what's
we've
extradition?
been to Vietnam before. We with friends. We were on vacation, and it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We could buy a ticket and we could go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Okay, but you were hoping to make it out of America in time before you were arrested, right?
I wanted to get away. He wanted to get away. That's what we wanted to do. And it wasn't, we spoke to our attorneys. I asked them. They said there's no pending. We purposely called them to make sure it was legal to do it. And they said there's no, what were their words? There's no pending charges and there's no warrants. So you want to go, go. And so you ask your attorneys and they tell you that, I'm going.
But Dan did tell you, as you say in the jail call, that knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if you'll make it out in time. I really don't. But that he said you might, or you might get to the airport and they'll stop you. It could happen.
That's what he said.
Right. So you went to the airport knowing that they could stop you at the airport. You couldn't end up being arrested.
That's what Dan said.
Right. And when you were looking at places to go a couple of days after Charlie Adelson's trial, you were specifically looking, though, for countries that did not have extradition with the U.S.
For the reason I just told you.
Right. And the reason that you're saying that you were looking for countries with no extradition was so that you could get back faster in order to be arrested in the U.S.
No, that's not what I said. It's because, I don't know, maybe we watch too much TV or too many movies, but I've seen movies where people are stuck in like third world prisons and waiting and waiting and waiting. And my feeling was, this is not what we want to happen. If the state says they want us to come back, we'll buy a ticket, we'll come back on our own terms. We don't have to be else somewhere. We'll come back home and turn ourselves in.
Couldn't you have done that no matter what country you went to?
No.
No?
No.
You couldn't have found out that you had a warrant for your arrest and come back if there was an extradition
Well,
policy?
not if they would, I'm not law enforcement, but it appears that they would notify law enforcement in that country and then they could hold you in a jail for God knows how long. And I didn't want that to happen. So he said, well, that's why we'll do it this way, honey. That way, if they do notify us, so we get a phone call from our attorney or from law enforcement, then we'll buy a ticket, we'll go home.
Okay.
And so it would have been on our terms. That was the point. That was the reason that he thought that was a good idea.
And your
Before you
testimony.
continue, Ms. Dugan, we are over time. If you please can get to your most pertinent questions.
Yes, sir. I guess your testimony ultimately, though, is that you were not trying to go to a country with no extradition because you were trying to avoid being held accountable for this charge. That's your testimony?
Being held, I didn't do this.
Okay.
Being held accountable for this is not what happened.
Being arrested for this case.
Being arrested?
Right. That was not what you were trying to avoid by trying to go to a non-extradition country.
We were trying to get our heads on straight and just breathe.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect examination for Mrs. Adelson?
Just one question, Judge.
You may proceed.
The testimony was you were offered an x-ray. You were never offered an MRI for your shoulder, were you?
No.
Thank you.
You may step down, Mrs. Adelson. Deputy, please assist her to her seat.
Jay, did you get some content there for a bunch of shorts, buddy?
I got so much content. Till our next hearing, I'll be
Does the defense
posting
have
clips,
any
guys.
other
Sorry.
documents or evidence or witnesses that
Some gems.
it intends to present?
Gems.
The handbook might be number one. I was reading the
I don't have any
handbook.
other witnesses that I want to present. We did file a request to take judicial notice of the
There are
motion
rules
and
in
order
here.
in the Adam Frash case where a request was made and a charge of first-degree murder for a bond for Mr. Frash, and that was granted. Has Your Honor had an opportunity to review that?
I did. The records of the circuit court, they don't have to be judicially noticed. What the other judges have done in the past certainly are a matter of record. Procedurally, we are in a different posture than Dr. Frash was, than your client, but any argument that you believe is reasonable, you may make concerning it.
Okay, the only other thing I wanted to do, Your Honor, is as an officer of the court, I wanted to represent. We attempted to obtain a copy of a no-fly order because that letter was received after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody. And the only response we were able to get was that there's not from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, was that there's not an open dispute of a no-fly order. So I didn't want there to appear to be a misrepresentation by myself in the motion and us not being able to present anything to the court. That's as much as they would say in response to our request. And then finally, I was glad to see that Mr. Google here is present, and I'm sorry I don't remember he's under sheriff, I think now, Mr. Google, in charge of the jail, and I just wanted to represent to the court that I did inquire about outside care, and the reason I questioned the witness about additional care from other doctors is I did inquire as to whether we could have her taken to see other doctors to get treatment that she could not get in the jail, and Mr. Google advised me that with a court order that could take place, but we were never advised that without a court order she was able to get medical treatment that she was requesting.
Ms. Dugan, you may respond to the bond motion and present any evidence you have concerning presumption of guilt evident or, proof of guilt evident or presumption great. Go ahead.
I have two very quick witnesses as to the medical or to the security concerns. Just a second. State calls Chelsea Wilson.
While she's doing this real quick, hopefully this will work here. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Oh, God dang it. I had a picture of Harv.
What happened? What happened, Jay?
I got it. Hold on. I got a picture of Harv I'm trying to share here. But my computer is not letting me. There he is, folks. There's Harv. Thank you. I know Jan had sent this to me, and I saw it on Twitter. There's Harv. So let me get back to the hearing. I know people wanted to see if Harv is there, and there's Harv waiting.
Proof
That's
positive.
why she was crying.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell it, please?
Chelsea Wilson, CHELSEAWILSON.
And where do you work?
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
Specifically, I am assigned as criminal investigations for the jail.
All right, did you investigate an incident reported by Donna Adelson in February of 2025?
Yes.
That occurred back in October of 2024?
Yes.
And was that the incident where she said that an inmate twisted her arm in the bathroom area and told her that she wanted the canteen?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any video footage in the area where that took place?
No, not in the bathroom.
Okay. Did she disclose to you the name of the inmate?
No.
Did she disclose whether the inmate had ever been violent again, or any that is somehow related to the inmate in custody as far as being a friend or family member?
My understanding is a one-time incident.
If she had disclosed the name of the inmate, what could be done to hopefully keep that situation from happening again?
Well, if we knew the name of the inmate, we could take measures to make sure that they were not housed together, that they were not in, for example, classes together. I don't know if she's interested in classes, but measures could absolutely be taken to make sure that they were not able to have physical contact with each other for her safety.
If we don't know that inmate's identity, though, and take her out of the area where Miss Adelson lives in the jail, is the only option then to take Miss Adelson out of the area and put her in an area where she cannot not be threatened again?
Unfortunately, yes.
And did you let her know that? And if so, how did she respond?
I did, during the investigation, trying to get the inmate's name who twisted her arm. I did explain to her that I would be able to move her back into a pod where she's able to move around more, where she's able to be social, for example. And her response essentially was that she felt, although she's not able to move around much in protective custody, she felt safer there, and that it does give her a little bit more peace and quiet to review legal materials for her upcoming trial.
That's all I have, thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything.
You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls Bobby Collins.
Thanks, Kimmy's bus. And Mom.
That might be a words.
Glad you're here.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Mom and I love you, miss everyone.
For us, please.
Lieutenant Robert Collins, ROBERT COLLINS.
Thank you. And can you tell us where you work and what you do there?
I'm assigned at the detention. I oversee the classification unit.
Okay. How does the jail, the Leon County Detention Facility, handle when inmates are pressuring or threatening to buy them food from canteen?
Well, we interview the inmate, we gather information, providing what information that they give us. We will separate them out of harm's way and place the inmate separation, possibly follow up with incident reports or disciplinary reports.
Okay. And is there always an officer in every pod that an inmate can report an incident to, whether it be a security issue or a medical issue?
Yes, at all times.
Okay. Have there been any allegations made to the officers at Leon County Jail by Donna Adelson about any type of financial shakedown or threat in exchange for canteen, aside from the one made this month regarding the arm twist in exchange for canteen?
Not that I'm aware of. I only reviewed 2 incidents reports from February.
Jay, what's going on? Does he have some kind of weird neck beard?
That is correct.
He does. I noticed that too. It's like underneath. He's got like an underneath the chin beard
neck
situation.
beard. Yeah.
Okay, and those are the incidents that the defense cited in their motion?
Correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
You may step down, Lieutenant. Thank you. Dugan, do you have any evidence that you wish to enter pertaining to the Arthur aspect of this?
I do, Judge.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of a Bootsy
This
collar.
time I'd move, and I'll just go through all of them at once. State's Exhibit 1, which is the probable cause affidavit for Donna Adelson. State's Composite 2, which are the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, which Your Honor presided over. State's Exhibit 3, which are a PDF of slides from Chris Corbett's PowerPoint presentation that only feature the analysis of Donna Adelson's travel the night of July 18th, 2014. The open line jail call that we've referred to today from November 7th, and the transcript of, that's State's 4, the transcript of that call, which is State's 5. State's Exhibit 6, which is a chat with a Vietnam visa on WhatsApp by Donna Adelson. State's Exhibit 7, which are excerpts from WhatsApp conversation between Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then finally, State's Exhibit 8, which is a letter from the Markell family to the court, which defense has reviewed regarding their wishes for bond.
Concerning the state's exhibits, does the defense have any objection or anything to raise?
With respect to State's Exhibits 4 and 5, renew our objection, as we believe those the call should be suppressed, as well as the excerpt from the call and the transcript. So we would object on that basis.
Relates to whether the court will consider Exhibits 4 and 5 that will be tied to the order of suppression as to all other matters. Is there any objection?
No, Judge.
Court reserves whether Exhibits 4 and 5, and I believe which other ones were you contesting?
Just 4 and 5.
4 and 5 will be admitted. All other exhibits offered by the state for the purposes of Arthur and bond will be admitted at this time. Ms. Dugan, do you have all of these available?
I do.
The case can approach.
Okay, and then 1 through 7 are all on flash drive.
And the state's provided us, I downloaded a copy of the thumb drive earlier, so we have those as well.
All right, Ms. Dugan, you may make your final argument concerning the Arthur standard and also bond.
Yes, sir. I guess I'll go with Arthur's standard first. As to State Exhibit 2, the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, I think that the parts of these trial that were most relevant to whether we've met the standard in Donna Adelson's case are the emails that show Donna Adelson's motivation to commit the crime when she voices her hatred towards Dan Markell, strategizes ways to get Wendy Adelson and her sons to live in South Florida. The thousands of dollars worth of checks we saw in that trial that were written to Magbanwa, signed by Donna Adelson when Magbanwa never worked for the family in any capacity. Magbanwa's testimony that Charlie Adelson was about her being the middleman between Charlie Adelson and the hitman for this murder, and how on July 18th, 2014, which was the night of the murder, that Charlie gave her money at his home, which she then delivered to the hitman. Magbanwa saying that she learned that night, the night of July 18th, that Charlie Adelson and his parents had just been at the home. It was her understanding that Donna Adelson had washed the money and the money was damp. For the State's Exhibit 3, which is the travel analysis, basically these slides show that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's travel from their home in Miami to Orlando on the night of July 18th, 2014. At a certain point, Donna Adelson texts Charlie Adelson, "I'm outside your house," or "outside your house." Charlie Adelson then responds a little while later with 10 minutes. Cell tower analysis shows that Charlie Adelson is inconsistent with his house 10 minutes later, and when you look at the time it took for Donna Adelson to travel from the area of Charlie Adelson's home to the next point with location data for her north of Charlie Adelson's home, it shows that it should be about a 45-minute trip, but it shows that it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes. That shows there was 1 hour and 9 minutes unaccounted for during the time when she would have been waiting for Charlie Adelson at his house and could have stayed there for about half an hour once he arrived. And that could be consistent with her taking some of the money to Charlie Adelson's home, as Magbanwa describes. Exhibit 4 is the open line jail call we've already heard today. On page 8, she does say, after speaking with Dan this morning, After knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't, but Dan says you make it to the airport or they may stop you. It could happen, but it's worth a try. She then says on page 16 that they've looked it up over and over because things change, whether there's from Vietnam. They could go to Korea or China because there's no extradition there. We are looking for places where there's no extradition. States Exhibit 6, which is the chat with Vietnam Visa on WhatsApp. In that first message, that service tells Donna Adelson that all of the messages are encrypted and no one can read them. She began on this WhatsApp trying to get the visas during the afternoon of November 7th. That's less than 24 hours after the trial transcripts and State Deposit 2 reflect that there was a jury verdict in Charlie Adelson's trial. Donna Adelson says in that conversation that she needs an emergency fast-track visa for her and her husband. When given the option of 30 or 90-day visa, she chooses 90, unless she can only do 30, and in that case, she'll do it and just extend it. She then sends passport pictures and pays for the visas. Several days later, she says to the service that she's getting nervous because she hasn't received the visas yet, and she's typing all of that in all caps. She says her flight is booked at that point, which is the one-way trip to Vietnam with the layover in Dubai. That's within days of Charlie Adelson's verdict. The chat shows then that she got the visa just in time, I think the day before the flight, and then she ended up being arrested on the jetway in Miami right before she boarded the one-way trip to Vietnam. We also have the excerpts from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson, States Exhibit 7. This is a conversation that the court has seen before. We've had a motion hearing about it, I believe, where basically we were able to get these messages in 2023 when Donna Adelson was arrested and we seized her cell phone. This is from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson on her phone. These are WhatsApp messages, though, that occurred in August of 2016. And there's a conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson where Charlie Adelson is basically workshopping ideas that maybe the killer was a coke dealer and that Danny was just buying drugs from him. And in they don't mention anything about extortion, which ended up being Charlie Adelson's defense at trial, that he didn't intend for this to happen, that he was extorted, and that he didn't do this. And finally, the letter from the Markel family. Given the totality of the evidence in this case, the state does meet the burden under Arthur. The state has met its burden for every defendant who has been charged in this case and had an Arthur hearing. They have all been held in custody until trial. And none of them tried to flee to a non-extraditable country to avoid being charged before arrest. If court somehow believes the state falls short, though, the defendant should still be held no bond because she is absolutely a flight risk, given her past actions. More so now than ever, now that she has actually been charged. What we saw her talking about on the jail call and doing in the visa chat and going to the airport for and being arrested there, that was all before she was even arrested, when she just knew that the charge was coming. Now she has been charged, she is facing life in prison, so I think she's more of a flight risk than ever when you consider a totality of all of that information. As to the bond argument, we heard from, the Mike Hayden, who's the medical administration. All of the defendant's complaints have been evaluated. Medical staff has treated them. She's been able to see a doctor in a day or two. That is faster than most of us who are out of custody could see our doctors. She was given Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on her arm when she bumped into the laundry machine. Sometimes accidents like that happen, and that could also happen to her out of custody as well as it could happen to her in custody to bump into something and get a cut. We heard about her breathing and pain issues. Doctors ordered x-rays to make sure nothing more was going on, and the x-rays were negative. Medical staff can provide treatment for any medical needs, whether it be on-site or them having to go to a hospital, but they also need evidence of what's wrong and what needs to be treated beyond the inmate just saying that they hurt. And to see a specialist, there does need to be a necessity. If there's a necessity, Leon County Jail will recognize that and make the necessary referrals. Ms. Adelson has complained about the jail being too loud. The food is not good, but she is in jail. It's not the Four Seasons. All of the necessities are being met, and she should bring a medical necessity to the staff's attention, they will continue being met. As far as security is concerned, she wouldn't provide the identity of the inmate that caused the concern. If she would, then she could remain where she is while the other inmate is taken out. However, because she won't disclose, the only option right now is her being in protective custody. But she
Admit to Jay,
did tell the
it's good to be back, fire,
that
fire.
does, even though I'm sure it's not very exciting, its downsides, it is a quiet place where she can prepare more for trial.
This is Donna's real
And so
Band-Aid
she's saying that she
GoFundMe,
prefers
right?
that right now. The state asked that she continue to be held no bond at Leon County Jail because she's safe there and it will guarantee her presence at trial.
Final argument from the defense.
With respect to Arthur and every other defendant prior to Ms. Adelson being held and Arthur being met, Ms. Adelson isn't the prior folks. She's not the ones who showed up at Carl's residence with a firearm who planned to kill him and then did shoot him at very close range and take his life. She's not them.
Charlie was. Charlie didn't either.
They could meet their burden there, clearly. That's not what Mrs. Adelson is even alleged to have done. In this case, did they hold Charlie? Yes, they did. They met his burden too. The proof against Charlie is very different. I'm representing, Your Honor, a woman who stands before this court, and the argument out of the state's mouth literally is what I put in my motion. She said some bad things about her future ex-son-in-law prior to a divorce being granted. She cut some paychecks out of the Adelson's business, and it was her job to cut the paychecks, and at his instruction, she cut paychecks to Catherine Magdanawa. When her daughter called to say that her soon-to-be or her ex-husband had been shot and killed, Ms. Adelson got in her car with her husband and drove from Miami to Tallahassee, and they're elderly folks, and that's a part of the record. It's a natural course of travel from Miami up to Tallahassee to go through the Orlando area. The state actually said in its argument that the time that lapsed between when they show the cell phone records of Donna Adelson and being near Charlie Adelson's house, and then when Charlie says he's going to get back, could be consistent with Mrs. Adelson stopping there and giving them this alleged pre-washed money. Could be consistent is not the Arthur standard. It's proof evident, presumption great. And they simply...
Proof evident or presumption.
Or presumption great.
Go
And
ahead.
they don't have that in this case, Judge. What they have is the strongest, could be consistent with. Their entire case against Mrs. Adelson is speculation. The problem here is not one problem, that health issues are not being taken care of, or sleep is being deprived, or, she's not getting the food that she likes. Nobody's complaining about the fact that she's not getting food that she doesn't like. She's gained a third of her body weight. They can't protect her in the jail. They've testified themselves. There are no cameras inside the area where they use the restroom, the area where they take the shower, where these washing machines are. There are no guards in there. There's no video in there. So if she disclosed the name, which she's willing to do in camera to the court with nobody else present because she knows she's going to be retaliated against, they can't protect her from retaliation. If they put her back in the annex and some girlfriends or friends of this woman that she rats out finds out that she's back in there, they can take her down in the bathroom, and the guards who are sitting behind a glass being protected themselves aren't even going to know what's happening until it's too late. So providing the name doesn't do that. I have a
Before
client...
you go on, Ms. Fulford, as to the sheriff's role in this, he has a constitutional responsibility to all inmates. Also, your client has the ability to pursue a writ of mandamus if the sheriff will not fulfill his obligations. Is there a reason this has not been pursued if the situation is, as you allege through your motion and testimony?
Because that's not the only issue we have, Judge, which is what I was getting to. What we have before us is a woman who's 75 years old. She's elderly. She has health issues that aren't being addressed, but there's more. She's not getting any sleep. She's given medication between 11:30 and 1:30 at night, maybe getting to sleep by 2 o'clock in the morning, waking back up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. We're not asking that she get special treatment. She's on trial for her life in a town where everybody believes she's guilty. That for 10 years, it's been the same story, that the mafia mother has planned out this homicide and had Dan Markell killed on this evidence that could be consistent with, and that's not what we have. We can't prepare her for trial under these circumstances. Can we go and visit with her at the jail? Yes, we can. Do we have contact visits with her where we can prepare? Yes, we do. But we can't be up there 5 days a week. We can't be up there 7 days a week. We can't be there for lengthy hours. We're not the only ones who are requesting that time. When we got the records from the medical records from the state last week, there was one time that the jail was able to squeeze us in for 1 hour to go through the medical records with her. Over 300 pages of medical records. And we had other things to do in that time for us to meet with her. And I'm not criticizing the sheriff's office, and I'm not criticizing the jail. The circumstances are what the circumstances are. But if she remains in the jail, we simply cannot have her prepared to testify and assist with preparation of her defense. I cannot have an attorney-client privilege call with her there. It's the most frustrating thing in the world, this phone system that they have. They say that it's not recorded, and we get cut off. It says we're making third-party calls. Neither one of us has made a move. Nothing's happening. We get cut off in the middle of the calls. She has this labored breathing. If they can't find anything in the x-rays, I'm certainly not a doctor. I don't know why she's got it, but I have to start yelling to have her to stop talking because she's breathing so loud, I can't hear a thing she's even saying. She did not flee. She did not flee prosecution. She was told, and witnesses for her were told, there was no prosecution. There was no warrant for her arrest. That was perfectly fine, and the state knows this. Their own investigator told a family friend, there's no warrant. They can travel. They didn't attempt to flee being prosecuted. They were told there was no warrant.
Is this
for
part of the
arrest.
evidence that's in the record, or you're just making argument generally about this?
I'm making argument generally at this point, Judge, but the state knows it. If they're going to claim that she was actually fleeing, they know better. They know that their own office said it was okay for her to travel. And where did she get to? Absolutely nowhere. And they have absolutely zero evidence to rebut her.
They snatched her.
That she was not going to flee prosecution.
For a lack
she was
of
just
effort.
going to get away to clear her head. In fact, she thought she wasn't being charged. And that's all the evidence that she had. Now, if we were coming before you and she had actually fled and someone had to bring her back, I wouldn't put my name on a motion saying, give us a bond. But this isn't the first time that people have gotten a bond. Even people who fail to appear ultimately get bonds sometimes. Your Honor's aware of that. That does take place. People who violate their can get put back out while their hearing is pending for that violation of probation. If she has already surrendered her passport, she doesn't have a visa, she agrees not to drive, an electronic monitor is placed on her, she resides in Leon County, has to check in with pretrial as many times as you say she has to check in, can only leave for limited purposes, she's not going anywhere. And we're not asking, let's let her go back to Miami where she has an international airport that she can hop on and be gone before anybody knows that her bracelet is going off. We're asking that she be held right here, that she be court ordered to stay here with a monitor on, be allowed to be away from that home, to go to doctor's visits, get any medical treatment that she needs, come to court, be with her lawyers, and prepare her trial. We're not asking for a fancy hotel or anything else. And quite frankly, that's a little bit insulting considering the health conditions that she has to suggest that she's looking to be put up somewhere. The one thing the state fails to remember is she's presumed innocent. No, the Leon County Jail is not a Four Seasons hotel, but she's not supposed to be punished yet, right? She hasn't been convicted of anything.
There is a difference between pretrial detention
and she's being punished at this point. When you take not one of these things, but all of these things together, she doesn't stand a chance of being actually ready to testify for trial. That cannot take place under the conditions that she's facing. She's in extreme pain. She's not getting any sleep. Her diet is garbage. It's just not going to happen, Judge. And you know, if we were asking for something lenient, I could see the state's opposition. But we're not. We're asking for you to hold her outside of the jail in the most stringent conditions she could possibly be monitored, just to allow her to be with her attorneys, get her doctor's appointments, and get ready for the trial that her entire life depends upon. And I would argue the state has not met its burden. Thank you.
Very well. I will review the admitted exhibits before making a ruling. We are in recess. This concludes the hearings. You may take Mrs. Adelson downstairs.
See if they show her saying goodbye to Harv.
May I use this? Thank you.
think I need to copy it too, because you can see through it.
Bailiffs, please assist her out.
Okay.
Everyone else can step out of the courtroom at this point. We are done.
Yeah, that'd be great. Quicker if she does it, that's okay.
There's Harv.
Just do that, and then we'll talk. Bailiffs want to go to Walsh, so. Hey.
Bill Gates is in attendance. Bill Gates and Harv in the gallery. She definitely wanted to say goodbye to Harv.
Think?
Not your edits. 11 months.
I'm gonna fuck with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
So, Bob, what if you had a client and was like, hey, can you have a hearing? My back hurts. This mattress I'm on is not, and the food is not great. And then, like, what would you say to that client?
I mean, it's like we're not allowed to file frivolous motions. You know, the medical shit, well,
Hold
it
on, Bob.
sounds ridiculous.
Hold on.
Hello?
Hold on. I haven't. Wait. Let's get this out of there. There we go.
Who's that middle person? Who was the shadow?
All right, we're back
I
on.
mean, like we can't. You can't file frivolous stuff. You know, I mean, clients ask for motions all the time. It's got to be supported in the law, though. You know, so if she came to me with kind of what she was talking about, you know, I mean, you probably file it based on, you know, kind of her laundry list of shit that's going on, which just really makes her sound entitled.
Oh,
you know,
man.
it's like,
I mean,
it's like,
jeez.
you know, I mean, dude, jail's not a comfortable place. It's like I was saying, life decisions, you know, should have thought about that shit. I'm sure Dan Markel wasn't real comfortable when he was getting gunned down in front of his house with his kids in the car either. So,
yeah,
you know, I mean, you make choices in life and you pay the consequences. Now she is a pretrial detainee, you know, but when you look at other cases, like cases I follow, like Richard Allen, and you see what was done to him, and he was a pretrial detainee. They put him in a prison. You know, he was eating his own shit, smashing his head against it. I mean, he developed psychosis from being in solitary for 13 months. And, you know, then they started involuntarily giving him Haldol. Like when you kind of balance, you know, pretrial detainee treatment, it kind of makes Donna's shit look pretty menial. You know what I mean?
she didn't get a Band-Aid in time.
Right. Couldn't get her form. Her bed's
Couldn't
not
get the
comfortable.
form and did not. She had two mattresses, but they took one away.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think the bigger takeaway, and I'm frankly a little bit surprised the state didn't mention it, at least just an argument that, in our estimation, she's a real risk for unaliving herself.
Yeah, I was surprised at that too. They had a whole hearing about it. She was in the turtle suit, like for the first right after she got out of jail. They had a whole hearing about it. Like she said, they heard her that she was going to unalive herself. Like, why wouldn't they? I was surprised they didn't bring that up too in the argument.
I know, because I mean, like to me, that's a far more likely scenario than her trying to jet. Like she's not getting anywhere. You know what I mean? Like she can't get out of this country. What is she gonna work out some deal with some dude at a dock to get stowed away on a boat and, like, you know,
go to Cuba?
Like, yeah, I need to get down to Cuba. You know, so that's like, I mean, that's not happening. I'm sure the judge is going to deny it. There's no question in my mind that's going to happen. She's going to have to tough it out. She's going to have to get some Q-tips, clean those ears out. If the Q-tip will fit in that tiny ear canal. That might be, she might have to get like a small like pin and just kind of scrape it out carefully by herself. And oh,
If the
I
tooth,
got some.
if the Q-tip will fit, you must have quit, Bob. If the Q-tip,
Yeah. And then as far as the suppression motion, I don't know, man. It's a Securus, like they handle jail calls for pretty much all jails. I know they handle ours like in Illinois. And contractually, I don't know what the deal is. I don't think that anybody's sitting there monitoring that if the connection from the jail terminates, that they're saying, "Oh, continue to record it." You know what I mean? I think
right?
that the way the system's set up is that it just continues to record until both calls are disconnected, and then that's it. Um, because they like,
Yeah, like they didn't have
and
the system had no idea. Probably when they
right,
pulled her calls, they're like, "Why is this call so long?" And they go and they
right,
listen to it, and that's why, like, because she's an idiot. She didn't figure out whose fault is that. It's her fault. It's no one else's fault. And then Harv
yeah,
has to
because
pick it up and be like, "This is still on."
right, he's like, "Hey, you forgot to hang up this call. They probably recorded all the shit we were just saying. Good job,
Yeah,
Donna.
good
Another
job.
fuck up. You really fucked us here, Donna. You really fucked us." So it's like I like that thing's gonna get denied too. But you know what? I mean, even if it were granted, so what? They have so many phone calls.
So
They
many.
have that's like a drop in the bucket, So
And
yeah,
whether I mean, if it's her
she's
fleeing, as far as a phone call, we have her actually fleeing, so we don't need we have the footage of her going to the
right. We have
airport.
her arrested. We're arresting her at the airport, so
And
we know
now
the
we have this insane testimony from her where she's like, "Well, we were trying to go there, but we weren't." Now we have this testimony where she couldn't even explain it, where she's like, "Well, I wanted to go to another country, so I wouldn't be in a third world country for however. Why did you just go to any? Like, why did you just stay here then? If that's what you were worried about, like, so
Well, Jay, they'd been to Vietnam before, and they found it was very peaceful.
it was very peaceful. That's true, very peaceful.
It's very peaceful. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, interesting day. Seems like the trial's on track though, because when
June
is this
3rd,
supposed to go?
folks. June 3rd.
June. Shit.
June. It's coming.
All
It's
right.
coming,
Man,
folks.
it's
June
coming.
3rd.
It's coming. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell. You can always tell if the primary state's attorney on a case sends an underling to handle some motion work. You can tell how concerned that state's attorney is about the motions and their
Right.
merit. So the fact that Georgia wasn't there, and I mean, she could be on trial. Who knows? But usually, the way courts operate is that they set trial weeks. So like they have a calendar that they'll set out for an entire year, and they have trial weeks. So that way, when the judges are trying to schedule trials, 6, 8, 10 months ahead of time, they know what the trial weeks are. So typically you'll have a bunch of trials going on in a particular courthouse at the same time. So they'll get like a huge, like when you went for your jury shit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, did they have like a big room full of people?
It was a huge room. Yeah. It was like a big pool room.
Yeah. So that wasn't all for one trial. That was going to be
No, that was
all
for
the
like a
trials.
bunch of trials. Yeah.
Right. So that's typically how they do it everywhere. They'll get the whole big jury pool in there, and then, they'll figure out if a certain trial is going to be going, because a lot of trials settle on the eve or even in the courtroom the morning of. Criminal cases will plead out. I mean, typically you'll get the state will be like, look, you got to plead this thing out before like we prepare and get ready to go to court, because we don't have time for it. But it's like that's kind of a little game of chicken, because you're trying to get them to move on offers and shave some time off or things of that nature. So I mean, you do often get plea agreements that can be pled out the morning of. So but yeah, I think everything's on track for Donna. I mean, what are the whispers about your girl Wendy? What's going on,
Well,
man?
supposedly she's in Texas now. She moved from Florida to Texas. That was a while ago though. It will be interesting to see. I mean, I don't think there's a chance in hell she shows up for this trial, but man, that'll be something if she does it, where Harvey's going to be there, Charlie's going to be there, testifying, but Donna and her mother's going to be testifying, and she's going to show up to testify, but she ain't going to be in there. Like, she'll be there for her testimony, and then out of there. And then the real question is, if they get the guilty, like, are we on to Wendy? That's the real question. Like, I would assume they got the guilty. It took them like 3 hours to get a guilty on Charlie, and Charlie's trial was essentially Donna's trial. I don't care about the argument that this attorney just made. They were together the entire time, the two of them. All the messages, and they have new stuff now from Donna, which they talked about, and WhatsApp messages. Yeah. So that's the question: do they go if they get the guilty? Is Wendy next?
See, the thing, like, there's no reason that the state needs to wait. Like, that's the only thing about it. It's like with Donna's, they really needed the conviction on Charlie to get Donna, because that was the roadmap for how they were going to get her. Wendy's is a different type of trial, so I mean, maybe they're hoping that they're going to get Donna saying some shit if she testifies, because I mean, the evidence in terms of, like you said, for Donna is going to be substantially similar to it was for Charlie. So I don't know that they're going to have anything new other than potentially testimonial evidence that comes in if Donna elects to testify on her own behalf, and you hope that she slips up and says something that inculpates Wendy,
or Charlie. Or Charlie could be stewing right now. We don't know what's like. He's got his appeal, whatever, but he could be stewing right now that he's in jail and his mom's in jail, and Wendy's not, like, hasn't called it. Like, they had their whole issue. Like, he clearly has some, why wouldn't he have animosity to her? He did this for her. And right. I'm one of the people who thinks that she knew about it. But either way, like, Charlie might want to have some things to say.
Yeah, turn state's evidence.
Well, I mean, that would be
that's certainly. I mean, that's frankly, and that may actually be Georgia's entire plan, is to just keep picking away at the whole family, so that eventually one of them gets so furious that Wendy's around, out down in Texas, fucking around, living the good life, and they're all in prison. And then one of them's like, you know what? All right, I'm done with this shit. If we're in here, she's coming in too. Like, right. Enough is enough. So, I mean, that definitely could be an approach. No question about it. Because, I mean, you and I have debated this fact, and circumstantially, I think you're right. I think that there's definitely some strong circumstantial evidence that she knew. I mean, the things that she did the day of,
driving by the murder scene.
Yeah. So, but the question always remains for a prosecutor, is that enough to get a conviction if you get, 12 jurors and that really don't know anything about the case, and then they're limited. You got to kind of look at the strength of the evidence on its face, from a perspective of a juror that's in the dark, you know what I mean? And then, like, kind of look at it and be like, is that enough to get it? And it's like a decent defense attorney would probably be able to stave that off if that's all they get. So yeah, the concept of getting one of the family members to cave, like, and I think it would probably be Charlie. I think Donna and Harvey are old enough to where and that's their kid. Parents will take bullets for their kids, but in terms of Charlie, he might be like, you know what, man, fuck this bitch. I'm willing to talk. So
I mean, we just saw it with Donna. Like, these people have had entitled lives. Like, they weren't just like, these were rich people who have, like, had the best lives until and now they're in jail. They can't, and Charlie and Donna, they can't talk to each other. They were just, as we know, Charlie, how many hundreds of times that Charlie kept calling Donna when she was out. Like, they used to be in constant contact and, like, discuss their moves, like, less so when he was in jail, obviously. But this is a whole new world. They haven't been able to talk to each other. Maybe as a conduit through Roushbaum, which wasn't supposed to happen, but not anymore. He's off the case. So,
yep. Yeah, and it's like, which I always thought should have been the case anyway. It was insane when he was trying to represent her, even though I don't think he was lead counsel. Still, just having him on there, it's such a conflict. In terms of to Donna, I get that she liked Rashi so much, but it was like, the dude's got a conflict. There's no way he doesn't have a conflict. He certainly knows things that, because I mean, obviously there's conversations that take place between attorney and client that never see the light of day. I mean, we've got that privilege with our clients to where, short of it being a future crime they're going to commit, we can't say shit. So, but it puts him in a position where if he's learned things about Donna, if Charlie confided into him and said certain things and he knows about it, and like Donna's going to get on the stand and he knows things that she's saying aren't true, then he's suborning perjury. It's sticky. You know what I mean? It's a really sticky thing. So I wasn't surprised that he got bumped. This new attorney, I'm sure she's not loving her like she loved Rashbaum. It's
I feel like Rashbaum was like
wouldn't
another
put my
son to
name
her.
I would have signed my name on this shit if I had thought that she was really I'm like, well, not a great argument. It's not a great argument. You're basically throwing your client under the bus there, but in a backhanded way. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
So
We'll see.
thanks for joining me, Bob, and thank
course.
all you guys so much for being here. What do you got coming up? You got anything coming up tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm actually having STS Joel on, not to talk about Adelson, but he's been kind of knee deep in that Ellen Greenberg case out of Philly. And I'm hoping he's going to give me fill me in on that. I've wanted to kind of see what's up with that case. I know what the concept is. They ruled it a suicide, and she's the one who had all the stab marks in the back of her head and neck, which a lot of people believe is ridiculous that they didn't rule that a homicide. And I know the family's been fighting for justice on that case for a long time. I tend to think that they think it was the boyfriend, or I can't remember if he was fiance or boyfriend, but so that's like those little gaps in my knowledge are why I'm having him on. So that'll
Tonight?
be it. Yeah, 5 tonight. We're having him on, unless he forgets, which he could. You never know. But I saw a bunch of people asking about Mullis. I do want to. I'm trying to figure out how to catch up on Mullis because the Reed hearing went really long yesterday because Alisi just never stopped talking for 5 hours. So we missed a full day of testimony there. It looked. I went through it. It looked like we had like basically 2 witnesses testify. That's the corn rake thing, right?
Yeah, I was watching on was it partially on Monday.
Oh yeah. So because that's like a pretty rare thing to see streamed as a post-conviction relief act petition, to see kind of like the full hearing on it. So it's interesting. It's funny. I was looking at it on Law and Crime, and I was looking at their chat, and it's like, oh, this guy's a guilty fuck. It's like that chat is just so it's like I want to hear what they're saying, because I mean, to get to a full hearing on a post-conviction relief act, you have to have convinced the judge of something. You have to have convinced the judge that there was enough there that it warranted a full hearing. It's not like if you file a petition, post-conviction relief act petition, that you just automatically get a hearing. It's quite the opposite. It's very, very difficult to get one. So, which tells me that there's got to be something there, which it's an interesting case. So, because last night, for whatever reason, I was like trying to go to sleep, and I put on the Chris Watts thing. That guy. I mean, there were actually people that still think that guy didn't do it. I'm like, wait, he dropped his kids while they're alive in like big oil tanker things, like oil. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I'm like, what? Some people just, and it's like people accuse me of thinking everybody's innocent. I'm like, bullshit. That's a damn lie. But, which I think gives it more weight when I think that somebody is or might be. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but
speaking of cases, just real quick, and I'll let you go. Babe said you had opinions about this guy. I didn't even know, because I'd never watched it before. She started watching the Curious Case of Natalia Grace. Are you familiar with that case?
Yeah.
So I just started watching it, and I said this at another level. I'm like, that fucking guy Michael is a total fucking douchebag. And like, he like I don't know. I was just going off on him, and she's like, "Yeah, Bob said he ate some too." I'm like, "Did he?" Like, because I had never heard of that case until she saw.
Yeah.
I've been
Dude,
watching it in
I
the
was-
background as she's watching it on Max, and I'm like, "This fucking guy, what a loser! This guy is the worst." But
I know,
apparently, you
dude.
had the same thoughts.
Yes, and so Allie and I did a live on it, like after the first thing aired, before the thing on HBO came on, and we were doing the live, and then all of a sudden, like the next, like in the middle of the live, it got shut down, and it turned out that Natalia Grace's first adoptive parents were watching it, and we had used like a picture of Natalia like out at the beach. Like it was just a photograph of it clearly during our thing. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, this like we weren't even talking about the first family, the first adopted family
Right.
at all. And we fought it and we ended up winning it. We're like, this is definitely fair use. It's like this is like, so yeah, that was a kind of a like a bizarrely fascinating case, man. It's like you can kind of see a little bit how you might think it's like you've heard about these Russian adopted kids who were like horrifically mistreated back in Russia, and they come over because that was the thing with what's his face, that Zachary Hughes.
Oh,
So
was it? Well, don't tell me. I haven't got
yeah,
up to that part. Does that come up in the? I haven't got up to that part.
yeah, yeah. So like I don't know how much of it, like you're not gonna get to that until you get to his testimony because they barred all that different stuff. But yeah, like he's claiming that, and this is all I'll tell you, so as not to give you spoilers, is that his adopted sister, who was like 10 or 11 at the time that they adopted I think a few kids from Russia, that the kid was like bona fide evil, like, and that he had viewed the woman he's convicted of killing, of being like identical to her in terms of personality. So it like, yeah. So immediately I started thinking of Natalia Grace. I'm like, wow, yeah, that's interesting. Cause like that whole thing where he's got that like either poor child living in an apartment by herself. Just
Oh
like,
my god,
dude, it's
dude.
insane. It's insane.
Well,
It's
there's
either-
a part where they're trying to claim that like there was some place with like an electric fence, and that she tried to kill someone killed
Yes,
them.
her
And
mother,
but
the mother.
right. But the dude is like, this is the dude. He's like the guy Michael. He's like, and then I saw her look at the electric fence, and her eyes lit up like Christmas lights. And I'm like, well, then why the fuck did you let her go by it? If you saw her and her eyes lit up like Christmas lights, why are you letting her go to the fence that you saw her react like? I don't.
Sounds
That
like
guy.
you wanted her to kill your wife.
Yeah,
That's
like
what it
that guy
sounds
has
like
got
to me.
fucking. I don't like him. He's such a dude. And then they like further in this show, they're like further traumatizing this girl by having him come on and like interview with her. And I'm like, what is this shit? It's
Yeah, keep watching it. It's crazy. Like the whole thing
it's-
is nuts. Like they go into court. Like there's the courts are involved. Like the papers are all weird. It is a curious case.
Yeah, it really.
No, and frankly, if you're coming from a different country, I mean, what's to say that they haven't? And she's a little person, so it's like it could be really hard to tell. I mean, it would be a pretty sweet con, like to like play like you're a kid, go like get into the United States, get adopted, be like have some family taking care of you. You're just out there, where like, I mean, she was definitely like sexually advanced in terms of like, I believe the people that they interviewed that were around her in terms of like, is that as a result of abuse? Maybe. I mean, you know what I mean? It's an interesting case, man. It really, but yeah, that Michael dude's a giant piece of shit.
Total
But
dude.
notwithstanding,
At some point, he's like outside swinging a bat, like just the whole like he has like this
It's a weirdo.
Easton like, and he's just like, and then he throws it, like, I'm like, what is it? Like I wish I could watch that like and stream it just to like comment on it, but it's like on Cinemax or something. But like that fucking guy is like something else.
it's pretty interesting. Well, I think there was a whole one on Netflix. Like that was the one, the original one was either it was
okay.
like, so check it out. It came out a couple of years ago, like, or whenever it was like early on in our YouTube thing, like we streamed about it because I was like fascinated by it. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here?
It is. It's like
it's insane. Yeah, it's insane.
Yes, at least I did see him being the floor. That was a whole nother fucking thing.
Oh yeah,
but
just a maniac.
Total weirdo. But yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna try to take off for whatever the next hearing, which I think is in a month. I'll try to take off for that too. And then for the trial, if I can get like a week off, I may do that. They said it might be 2 weeks. I think from Jan put in the chat that it might be 2 weeks. So I'll see. I'll try to work something out where I can cover it. But this was awesome, guys.
I mean, worst case scenario, dude, you could do, like kind of instead of doing the whole thing, which Allie's always trying to push me to do, you just do recaps.
Right.
Like you can just kind of go through, pick out the gems instead of sitting there. I mean, it's like I think people appreciate that concept of not having to sit through like some boring ass witnesses if they're not bringing shit to the table. If you got, a bunch of like foundational witnesses, you can say, okay, well, we had 5 cops come on to get the calls in, so that's like, we're just going to blast right by the, so you'll figure it out.
Definitely. And I've shared Bob's, I'm pretty sure everyone here probably is subscribed to Bob's channel, but if you're not, I'm sharing it now. Make sure you subscribe. Again, he's doing a live tonight, 6 Eastern, right? Or 7 Eastern. Or
I think it's 6 Eastern, so it'll be 5. It's 5 my time.
So he'll have Joel on. Make sure you're subscribed. And guys, I really appreciate you so much for being here. I have enough clips to make for a long time. I haven't had a lot of clips to make. I got a lot from this from Donna. So you guys are the best. Thank you so much for the super chats and all the.
Hey man, I want you to know something. I love you and I miss you.
I love you and miss you too, brother. So thank you so much, everybody, and I'll catch you on the next one. Bye, everybody.